best guy. Let's get it.
Looking down for my senpai, Dandere, this my official.
Okay.
Fuck it up, I go piranha, Yangere, you so Obaka, Otaku girl when you wanted Takashi, Denrai, Kawasa. Ooh, woo, I've been down for my senpai.
I am that senpai, Ichi on you like hentai. I'm not good in that bad guy, I've been looking for Kohai.
Notice me senpai, kisses and huggies and nuggies. Hit you with that cutie booty, swallow you like Irisaki.
Achi so kawaii, she gon' ride like paparazzi. Only hit is when she sloppy, like she straight from Nagasaki. I pull up like Uzumaki. So kawaii, bad bitch, Kohai, she could put it down for
I got it, I live it, you want it, let's get it. Soul Reaper with a bond. I can see the truth in my eyes. Mangekyo, Shurigan. We poppin', we slayin', otaku, they sayin' power up, Kelkin. We winning, they losing, I come with that action, baka face. I know you see me as Kichiku, slice of baka, that Ichigo. My mind, I stay in check, so I don't give a fuck. Block the flow, take a Yuri and flip her. She a brat till I kiss her. That's a moon up in the system. I say Prince like Vegeta. That's final flash for that ass. Yeah, I snatch you up, that fox in. I'm coming up, but I don't want the crown. That baddie Kohai, take it down. No fire hose, this hot shit. That raise the roof, kinda hot shit. Like, damn, bro, you slayed this. I'm senpai, period. She been down for a senpai.
Dandere, this my official.
Fuck it up, she go piranha.
Yangere, you so Obaka.
Otaku girl when I want her. Takashi, Denrai, Kawasa.
Ooh, woo, I've been down for my senpai.
I am that senpai, Ichi on you like hentai. I'm not good in that bad guy, I've been looking for Kohai.
Notice me senpai, kisses and huggies and nuggies. Hit you with that cutie booty, swallow you like Irisaki.
Achi so kawaii, she gon' ride like paparazzi. Only hit is when she sloppy, like she straight from Nagasaki. I pull up like Uzumaki. So kawaii, bad bitch, Kohai, she could put it down for
Senpai, good girl, but I go berserk. You know my senpai Oni, full counter, go to work. We don't chase no fatty, got that lolly with that perk. Ooh, woo, I'm a bad bitch, she always put me first. Yeah, I got that cloud card, hotter than a Charizard. Your baka so otaku with my saber, come to trap hard. Sub to a dumb dope, ghost in a shell. Please, my senpai looking at me, I go nico nico nico.
Yeah, I got that card, that key, I'm winning them. Pull up and I go off with these wings, I'm clouding them. Come with Zagatsu, I'm slaying shit, and I'm whipping them. Kohai official, she coming with that full heel, bruh. She been down for a senpai.
Dandere, this my official.
Fuck it up, she go piranha.
Yangere, you so Obaka.
Otaku girl when I want her. Takashi, Denrai, Kawasa.
Ooh, woo, I've been down for my senpai.
I am that senpai, Ichi on you like hentai. I'm not good in that bad guy, I've been looking for Kohai.
Notice me senpai, kisses and huggies and nuggies. Hit you with that cutie booty, swallow you like Irisaki.
Achi so kawaii, she gon' ride like paparazzi. Only hit is when she sloppy, like she straight from Nagasaki. I pull up like Uzumaki. So kawaii, bad bitch, Kohai, she could put it down for
Senpai.
Launch team, this is the NLM on the NLN net with our final launch poll and continuing the launch countdown at T-minus 4 minutes. NAM.
NAM is ready.
NASA CE.
NASA CE, go.
SMA.
SMA is go.
SMD.
SMD is go.
Mission Manager.
Mission Manager is go.
Copy that. The team's ready to release the hold at T-minus 4 minutes.
Status check to proceed with terminal count. Atlas system. Propulsion. Go. Hydraulic. Go. Pneumatic. Go. LO2. Go. Water. Go. Centaur system. Propulsion. Go. Pneumatic. Go. LO2.
Go.
LH2. Go. ASGAS.
Go.
Electrical system. Airborne. Go. Ground. Go. Facility. Go. RFFTS. Go. Flight control.
Go.
Instrumentation. Go. Com. Go. ECQ. Go. Umbilical. Go. ECS.
Go.
Red line monitor. Go. Quality. Go. OSM. Go. Go lay safety officer. Go. Range, weather, and clear to proceed. Go.
LC, this is the LD on channel 1. LC, you have permission to launch.
Roger. Proceeding with count.
NLM, this is SMD on NLM.
Go ahead, SMD.
SMD would like to report that the spacecraft is on internal power and configured for launch for T0 of 15:02:00.
Copy, SMD. MSL is configured for launch.
Hello, and welcome to the stream. I am Johnny DeGordo, and I am the curator of this apothecary, gateway to the Fatabytes realm. and home of the Fatabytes right there in chat. How are you guys doing this Taco Tuesday? Welcome to the stream. Level 1 Boar. Yeah, console Twitch is about 7 seconds behind mobile and PC. You know, I noticed that sometimes I do Twitch on my smart TV, and you're not really able to. Yes, it is Taco Tuesday. But yeah, normally I when I'm relaxing in bed watching Twitch on my TV, there's no chat function on the TV remote, of course. So I had to pull up chat on my phone, and I get thrown off every time I hear the audio coming from my phone and my TV at the same time, because there's quite the delay when you're on console and smart TV. I don't know if it's something to do with the Wi-Fi or some internal processing that it has to do with, but yeah. So how is everyone doing this morning, or this close to afternoon for you, Boar? And for you guys in Japan time, it's evening. I just assumed updates are just off. Nope. There is an inherent delay when it comes to console and smart TV streaming versus mobile and PC streams. So yeah, there's quite a delay. Big news from yesterday. Gamescom opened, and we watched the whole opening ceremony. Much to my dismay, I got like 3 hours of sleep before work. So I don't know how long this stream's gonna be before I run out of energy. I did have a big ass cup of espresso from 7-Eleven. Thank you very much. I am not sponsored by them, but if they would like to sponsor me with an endless supply of a lovely iced espresso, that would be great. But big news coming out of Gamescom. Actually, around the office today, a lot of talk about Borderlands 4, even though we didn't see anything. We really just got a little teaser of Borderlands 4, which was surprising because I happen to work in an office that is very Call of Duty centric, even though I do not partake, and the Call of Duty trailer was super long. So, but the big talk was Borderlands 4. That was unexpected, a very unexpected turn. But today we're gonna focus on Warhammer, seeing how Warhammer got all of 52 seconds of screen time in that entire 2-hour long show. But what did you guys see? Anything that you guys were interested in? I did. You know, Little Nightmares 3 looked really good, and I am excited about Civilization 7. I mean, I'm probably one of the few people in this chat that is excited about Civ 7. And one of the emotional moments of last night, I did talk quite a bit at work about that project from Blur. You suck at Civilization? Civilization takes a lot of patience. I find that Civilization, if you're not good at like Sim City, you're probably not gonna be good at Civ. But a lot of talk at work about the project by Blur. Blur is responsible for a lot of the cinematics that get inputted into video games these days, and really the cinematics are quite the show stealer. So when Blur decided to take the stage, and our man there got a little choked up, it kind of hit a lot of my coworkers pretty hard seeing that. And it's really weird seeing people that passionate about the industry, and especially with the way games are going these days, and game developers not like often showing that they don't really, you know, care so much about the games they produce. They just see deadlines and dollar bills, and that's really sad. So but yeah, seeing someone so dedicated to their craft. Same thing with the guy who worked with the original Fable team and Black and White, and he produced that World game. Even though I really wasn't too impressed with it, it showed that he had a lot of passion still left for the gaming industry, and that's pretty damn cool. On a complete side note, it'd be wrong for me being a VTuber to not address this. VShojo started sending out their acceptance letters for the next round of interviews to see who's gonna end up joining VShojo, and those who got the letters would move on, and those who didn't receive letters, you were not moving forward. And as expected, I did not receive a letter. However, I am very positive that I made the right move applying for it, and I will see you guys again at the next auditions. But honestly, like Iron Mouse said, you miss every shot that you don't take. So it's best to just keep taking shots and hopefully get lucky than to not shoot at all. And congratulations to everyone who got acceptance letters. I'll be cheering you guys on. Hopefully you guys make a big splash in this great big VTuber realm that we live in. Now getting back to the games, getting back to gaming. Yeah, Warhammer. Warhammer is the big thing, and honestly, it's been not just because every time we're on, me and Boar go off on a tangent about it. But I'm very interested in it. I do have some videos that we're gonna deep dive into for this Warhammer discussion. Even though Boar is very knowledgeable, more than I am at Warhammer, there are some things that even he wants to learn. So we'll see if we could deep dive into the small one, honestly. Yeah, we will deep dive into it, and if Boar, you would like to join the Discord chat, that would be fine, and we could learn some things together, and you could also refute some things that these so-called experts probably say if they are unfactual. But as far as VTuber news, we don't have any VTuber news going on right now because pretty much everyone's locked into Gamescom. Yesterday was Giga's birthday, so happy belated birthday to General Giga, one of my Oshis. I do have a list of Oshis, but still a little bit of sadness going on for our voice actor from yesterday, but that's to be expected. She did have quite a big impact in the anime community. I mean, voicing so many memorable roles. But I mean, we also got some news about looks like Katie Seagal, for those of you who don't know, Peggy Bundy, or what was her name in Futurama? Can't even remember. And Mark Herelick are gonna join the One Piece cast. I did not read into what roles they'll be playing, but I would probably imagine Katie Seagal will be like Granny. Yeah, Leela. And I'm pretty sure Katie Seagal, I'm trying to think of what role she would fit. Probably one of the Dr. Was it Hiralik? No. That's the guy. Correja. Right, Dr. Correja. And I'm pretty sure Mark Herelick played Dr. Hiruluk. I mean, I'm pretty sure. Oh, Al proceeds to steals money and buys bonbons. But yeah, that's I mean, I guess that's anime news. Not really so much VTuber news. But like, to be honest, the big news in the VTuber community is VShojo has moved on with its next stage. That's and it's been it really has been a whole like smorgasbord of VTubers sharing their audition results and stuff like that. And it was actually shocking to see some of the big names congratulate the people moving on in the comment section of VShojo's post. A lot of them I actually thought would be part of the new class. So I mean, I was kind of sad to see OB Cat in there congratulating people who moved on. I mean, hopefully it's a great big ruse and Katie does get into VShojo, but I mean, you know, that, I mean, you can't accept everyone, so but as far as other news, dear God, I don't know if you guys are, if anyone plays, do people still play? I'm pretty sure people still play fantasy football, but that's getting violent on Twitter. Oh my God, people are already starting to fighting over there. Looks like Jujutsu Kaisen's in its final few chapters of the manga. I'm not sure how the anime community is gonna deal with that. I mean, they just barely jumped on the bandwagon and now it's about to end. So yeah. Were you disappointed that some games did not make it onto Gamescom? I mean, so fantasy football has joined the rest of the American football world in conflict. Yes. I mean, it always does. People always fight about fantasy football. It's so weird too. You're arguing over made up teams of players that would normally not play together. But I mean, that's just me. Oh, and for those of you who weren't here for yesterday's stream, we did not get a bingo. So with that, we have to spin the wheel. We shall spin the wheel of punishment. It has been modified. Some things have been taken off, just because they're less. I mean, I'm not gonna play annoying song in the background for an hour. Now I'm not going to use the ooh voice for an hour, so it's been downgraded to 5 minutes. So let's go ahead and spin this wheel. Again? Dear freaking God, how many times am I going to get nailed with this this freaking punishment? Okay, who's in chat? I'm pretty sure it's just you, Boar. We got Boar and Boar. All right, so you get to pick my next tweet, huh? Yes, it does have it out for me. I'm never gonna be able to face Twitter again. But dear God, have mercy on my soul and don't make me pull a Sophie on you. Gosh, I absolutely suck at this wheel thing. I never get to play Russian roulette with the Nerf gun, which is sad because I'm really excited about that punishment. I did get wasabi peas a couple times, and honestly, that thing still takes my breath away. Lae'zel's thicker than the rest of the romance targets. Can I add in Baldur's Gate in case people don't really know what that is?
I get down.
Or am I just gonna assume that everyone's gonna know Lae'zel's Baldur's Gate? Okay. You know, there's actually quite a few people who appreciate Lae'zel. Me not being one of them. You know, part of me was gonna play Baldur's today, but I was like, Lae'zel's thicker than the rest of the romance targets in BG3. Can I add fight me in the end? That was something a friend said when we were going through it. He got Lae'zel, Host got Karlach, I got Shadowheart. Dude, Shadowheart's so hard to freaking roll. There's so much patience you have to have with Shadowheart. Okay, Lae'zel is thicker than the rest of the romance targets in Baldur's Gate 3. I added fight me to the end. It's funny too because she's actually like pretty freaking not that, she's pretty much not thick at all. All right, so the punishment has been paid. Lae'zel is thicker than the rest of the romance targets in Baldur's Gate 3. Fight me. You know what? I'm inviting people to interact with these. Interaction is being noticed. So let's go. Let's go. Maybe these hot takes off the wheel might actually land me somewhere other than Twitter prison. Were you guys disappointed that certain games did not make the cut in Lae'zel's a twig, and I threw my friend because of that. Lae'zel does mellow out later on since she's, well, the nice gift. She's a freaking frog. She's a frog. I don't like her. I don't like her at all. Like, I'm pretty sure if I started a new playthrough, I would kill her again. Still needs to trim her claws and her neck. Yeah, and for those Lae'zel fans out there that think I am not nice, blow me. Blow me. Nope. I refuse to like Lae'zel. Refuse. I refuse. Downright refuse. I would rather romance the demon that possesses what's Will. I wasn't disappointed since most of those events were hype, and most main things I got to the point where if it's something I'm interested in, I'll look it up. Yeah, and I dislike her too, but I would rather romance her than Lae'zel. Lae'zel's just like, I absolutely didn't even like, I'd even want to romance her, and she started like slithering on me, and I was like, ugh, ugh, ugh. No, that's a big fat no. Not interested. It's like personality goes along with it. She does have the best underwear in the game, though. I will give her that. She's got some nice ass underwear. If you're good at combat, she'll be interested. Yeah, well, you know what? Being good at combat means I could kill you while you're in a cage. That's all there is to it. If you're too nice, she gets upset. That's why she keeps falling for me. I'm not nice in Baldur's Gate. I really am not. I guess that's kind of why it's hard to land like Shadowheart. I tend to be like, I tend to be like, let's kill everything. Let's fight, let's fight, let's fight. Why am I smiling? I don't like this. Stop smiling. There. The auto smile is off. But one thing that I was really so I wasn't surprised none of the Nintendo games showed up at Gamescom, which is why I pretty much threw the Reggie thing in there just to screw up a couple lines. I would like it if we had a, what the hell? Stop. Stop. I'm telling Polar on you. I am telling Polar. I still have that clip. The creepy, you're a good girl, Polar. I haven't even gotten to making a thumbnail for the VOD here. I mean, I need to make that VOD. Polar! Hi, Polar! You joined before.
Baldur's Gate.
Oh, here we go, here we go. Here we go, it's on. He's cheating on you. With a lizard girl.
About the 10 and Baldur's Gate. We don't have 10.
He's cheating on you with a lizard girl.
I haven't even finished the romance of the game. We haven't finished our playthrough we started in January.
How are you doing, Polar? How was work? Why, my love sounds like two.
Oh, yeah, my mic buddy trash.
Hold on. I think it's because Discord's broadcasting on. There. Keep talking, Vor.
Swing low, sweet chariot.
There we go. Yeah, it's because I have the background music playing and it's doubling up Bor's sound. So I don't know if he's lower in chat or not. I'll probably have to turn him up. Yeah, I'll probably have to turn him up and turn the music down. Let me adjust this really quick. And then turn this up to 20. Filters. Threshold of 20. Close. Okay. Go talk again, Vor.
She's hacking and whacking and slashing. She's hacking and whacking and slashing.
Is that better? Can he be heard? Polar. A little low. Okay, hold on. Let me turn him up to. Let me see here. Filters. Let me put him up to 15. There we go. Close. And then we could, I could probably turn the volume up on this one bump. Boom. Okay, now talk again, Bor.
Swing low, sweet chariot, coming to take you home.
There we go. Random talking. But yeah, I was not shocked that any of the Nintendo games did not make it into Gamescom. So yeah, I mean they have their own Nintendo Direct and it's only for Nintendo, so I wouldn't imagine that they needed a platform. Plus, I'm pretty sure they're going to show up at the Tokyo Game Show. They don't really market to Europe, which is kind of weird.
I mean, the best example is Pokemon Box.
True.
Kirby, half of the sales were in Japan, and a quarter of the sales were in the US, and the other quarter was Europe.
I know, right? What the hell? Well, you know, Pokemon, I don't know how much longer Pokemon's gonna last.
Our generation fizzling out.
Well, I feel like they took a risk moving away from Ash. Like, I don't like let's take Digimon. Like, I feel like the first seasons of Digimon were like their prime, and then when they swapped the cast over, it wasn't as popular.
I think most people got traumatized by the third season.
Yeah, I mean, it's like taking Yugi out of Yu-Gi-Oh.
Well, I think like one similar to what DDoS said, like the ownership of Digimon kept changing after the second season, so like each additional season was like its own thing.
Yeah, people do still play Digimon, oddly enough. It's actually probably one of the more I think it's more popular of a card game than Pokemon is. Like, I think if Pokemon just stayed with its basic rules and its basic set, it would still be popular. But I think the fact that they added new types of cards and all that, just trying to expand the gameplay, just became too much. Like, people liked Pokemon for its simplicity, and then when they started adding other things, it was like, this is not Pokemon. Whereas Digimon came out the gate with like overly complex. Pokemon is older than my mother, of course. Well, god dang it.
Didn't the cards come out in 95?
Yeah, I think so. Oh, no. Well, I think they came out a little bit later. Like, I think
96?
I was working when the trading card game came out. So, I want to say 98 or 99 was when the trading card game came out. Well, maybe not here. I'm not sure. Did it come out here first or Japan first, the trading card game?
I think it came out in Japan first, but I think the cards had 96 at the bottom.
I forgot the difference of country. Yeah, like if I go down to like Mexico, like Dragon Ball Z, it's like Dragon Ball Z is like the #1 thing down there. Like, they have murals of Goku painted on the walls. But like here in the States, people are kind of getting burnt out on Dragon Ball Z. Only like the diehards are going hard on Dragon Ball Z. Everyone's kind of moved on to like One Piece, My Hero Academia, Jujutsu Kaisen, Chainsaw Man, Demon Slayer, whatever's hot. For a little glimmer, like, here in Brazil is Pikachu. No Pokemon, just a Pikachu. Well, I think that's kind of like a given. Like, he's the mascot of Pokemon, so it's like,
let's see.
And it's funny
October
because
20th, 1996 is the release date.
Oh wow. Like, I don't think Digimon has that character, like the standalone character.
I think it's Agumon or his whatever the state is, baby state, the one with like the 2 floppy ears.
Here, you look, here is going to have a Pikachu plushie. Wait, where you look here is everyone there has a Pikachu plushie. I don't know. Like, I've do I have a Pokemon? I have a Squirtle. I have a Squirtle.
Man of culture, I see.
I am a member of the Squirtle squad. I thought they were the coolest thing in the anime, the Squirtle squad. They had their own little sunglasses. They were like a little Yakuza.
I think Ash gave away his Squirtle back to, because I know the rest of Squirtle's squad joined Officer Jenny. I think he let his Squirtle join them after one of the later seasons.
Yeah. I have a real life squirrel. I would imagine. I don't know why, but for some reason I thought you'd have a piranha.
One of my old schools had piranhas in the fish tank in the main office.
Oh, jeez.
I was like, why is that one's fin broke? I was like, oh, it jumped out trying to bite somebody and just like got its fin caught. I was like, what?
No, you had it right. Squirrel. Squirrel. But in Pokemon, they're Squirtles. That was my starter Pokemon. All my friends all picked Charizard. I picked Squirtle, so I won all the time.
I liked Charizard, but I liked having Pidgeotto as my flying type, so I didn't really use it. And for fire type, there's Vulpix and Arcanine, depending on your version.
Let me see. I always had Articuno as my flying type, and I never had like fire types. I always had like a dragon, like a Gyarados.
Oh, that thing was a pain in the butt to get. Oh, fuck. But now it's easy since everything has an EXP share.
Well, I mean, you just had to use rare candies on it until it evolved.
Let's see. Polar Squirtle spelled Squirtle.
But my time as a man of culture ended very quickly because I became a Snorlax fan.
Also a very good choice.
I'm a huge Snorlax fan. I love Snorlax. And if I could have a giant Snorlax plushie, I would have a bed. They have
Snorlax. They do sell beds.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they. I know they also got Gengar sleeping bags where like you have a Mega Gengar and like its mouth is where you put your head.
You know, I always found people that loved ghost Pokemon to be like people of culture. Because they don't get no love. Ghost Pokemon don't get any love. I think the only one that I know that gets any love is that weird, like, ghost Pikachu looking thing.
Oh, Mimikyu.
Yeah.
I feel bad for the tree ghost Pokemon because that's a kid.
That's a bit. That's how many series down the line is that?
That is Gen 6, the one set in Paris.
Mimikyu's your favorite, Polar? She is a woman of culture. She is a woman of culture.
I'm just imagining them doing this the Z move for Mimikyu in their Mafia outfit.
You know, you have yourself a very cultured wife, or. But yeah, like, what was it? Mimikyu was like, Mimikyu gained popularity through memes. The whole
and he was used by Jesse.
Yeah, the whole "what's underneath the sheet" thing. Yeah, that was pretty big in popularity. And yet Board doesn't want me. It's because he's lacking in culture. Don't worry, we'll fix that.
I was with you if you said you'll fix that.
I'm like the last person in the world to teach culture.
Everyone has their own culture.
I have several cultures. I don't stick to one.
Again, that's not really an issue. Everyone has their own pacing, everyone has their own likes, and everyone has their own dislikes.
But he wants you to like her. That's what you get for talking all sexy to her.
I felt so if you clip me doing something, I think you'll probably see it the next VOD.
I'm waiting to get the sound clip. It's just we went way long yesterday. Like I said, I didn't even do a thumbnail. I didn't even upload the VOD to YouTube. I just have the live version there. Oh, and by the way, yeah, the music, the background music was only playing while I was talking. Like if I didn't talk, the noise cancellation blocked it off. And then once I started talking again, you could hear the music again.
Well, I guess but you can just link the video anyway, so.
Yeah, so I mean, basically now I have it piped in through a different channel. I'm like recording the desktop sounds. So that's why I had to like mute the specific Discord thing because it's double playing. So, but then whenever I don't have background music, I'll turn on the Discord only sound. But
I'm just looking at Polar's message.
I'll stop humiliating myself for you there. The line moves. Oh jeez. Oh no. No, Polar. If it matters, I still think you're cool. But yeah, so I didn't really think too many Nintendo games were going to be on the show. I was disappointed that Veilguard did not make an appearance. Also, Expedition 33 did not make an appearance. Seeing how the only thing we've seen from Expedition 33 was the initial trailer. So I am deeply worried about yeah, I do like you. I am deeply worried about the progress that Expedition's going through. Maybe they hit a stalemate and they can't make much progress. I don't know. But
possibly.
I mean, I really wanted to see something. Maybe they'll have something on the show floor, or maybe they'll have something by Tokyo Games Expo. I mean, who knows? But I don't think it's made by a Japanese team. So, I mean, it very well could be made by a Japanese team disguising itself as a European team, but who knows? But yeah, we did not pass the bingo test. Oh no, did someone, I got a notification on Twitter. Did someone respond to my post? Nope, never mind. Someone just retweeted my going live post.
Yeah, no did those give out notifications.
Yeah. But you know, Duda tricked me.
What did he do?
Well, like he put a post out here. Okay, so let me open up Duda's. Zippa. There you go. So right along the lines of when VShojo announced that they sent out the mails to see who's moving on to the next thing. Duda posted, got some amazing news today, so much so that I've been on the phone with family for a few hours now. Need to sit down to plan on my future content, streams, projects, and overall enjoying everything this next adventure as a VTuber has brought me. Can't wait for what 2025 brings. And I was like, did this man get VShojo'd? So I sent him a text. I sent him a DM, and I go, did VShojo accept you? Let me. I go, did you get selected by VShojo? He goes, no. There's multiple rounds to this, as I think those that made it have like a one-on-one interview next. So basically, he told me no, he didn't. I was like, you blue baller. And then like 45 minutes ago, he's like, it's not what you're thinking. Thank you to all those messaging me. I'm like, your timing is horrible.
VShojo becomes his arm revolution.
Yeah, I was like, I thought for sure he got VShojo'd. I mean, the timing was impeccable. I was like, but yeah, I really did. I mean, I think like he has the voice acting chops and entertainment know-how to have actually made it to the next round. I would think out of all of our mutuals that we have, I would think him and Riri would have the best chance. I didn't have a chance in hell. I honestly didn't have a chance in hell. I just took the shot just in case. And to be honest, I mean, I have a pretty basic VTuber model. It's a gorgeous one. I love what Pawtoon has done with my model. It's just I don't have the look of a well-polished VTuber model. Duda's is amazing. That little chibi dragon is an amazing model. Just the movement alone would cause my computer to lag. But yeah, someday I plan to evolve this model into Shinji's dad.
Professor Ikari, or Director Ikari, I think.
Yeah.
We have 3 different universes for that blast thing. The 4 movies, the original end of Evangelion, and the manga.
It's funny because I commissioned some art from Pawtoon to make this model with this outfit, but make me look evil, like sinister looking. And then I posted it on Twitter, and I was like, okay, yeah, but not quite Shinji's dad evil.
I had during the last film when Shinji was fighting his dad in the Ava unit, I just had flashbacks to Big O with how it looked like a stage set.
Let me see here. Can I drag this? Whoa, what is that? Oh, it's my tweet. What is this? Holy crap, it's my whole freaking... That's not what I wanted. How do I get rid of that? Remove. I wanted the picture. Trying to drop the picture in here. Now can I drag it? You drag a URL into, okay. There it is. So this is what Art Mama made. And I was like, yeah, he looks pretty evil, but not not Evangelion evil.
That image is making me hear the fairy tale battle music.
Okay, that's random.
You look a little, well, with the lighting, kind of reminds me of Wax's Drafer.
I'm not yellow though.
It's lightning.
It's also purple.
It's lightning. I don't care. Would you rather have Sasuke's music?
No.
Or...
No. No.
His turns red after a bit.
It is more to funky. So I'm funky. I didn't realize that I needed a shower. It's okay. It's okay. Sometimes I forget how to read.
Again, you still write better than a lot of people from both mine and technically your generation in the US.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The way that kids talk in the US today, I'm kind of like, your parents didn't stop you?
I had my civics teacher at one point. He got so annoyed with everybody like writing a specific way, so he just put a list of banned phrases that people were using. I'm trying to remember what's the word slang, like how they use DAT to spell that, and
oh god,
to yourself.
People actually wrote DAT when they wanted to say that.
Yes, because it got to the point he needed to say, "You guys do this again, I'm failing anybody that does this on their next exam. You've done this for 2 months now."
That's horrible. That's horrible. Like, that's not just like, that's kind of sound all uneducated. Yeah, instead of saying, "Look at that over there," the kids these days are, "Look at that." I thought it was like banning words like Riz or
no, they were not using
or skibbity. Can you imagine writing like a research paper and be like King Arthur lost his wife to who was it? Lancelot, because Lancelot had an extreme amount of skibbity riz. I feel
like that's a fan fiction.
I would be beside myself if I read that. Like, if I had a kid and I was proofreading that paper, I would tear the paper up. I wouldn't even like cross it out. I would just be like, nope, start over. Like, I am so anti-skibbity. I am anti-skibbity. That whole meme needs to end. That's worse than the Shrek is love, Shrek is life trend.
Who are they pairing him up with to be pregnant again?
Who?
I found a YouTube video of people like doing AI thing with Shrek, and they have him being pregnant with another male character. I can't remember who the male character was. I was just...
That's horrible. Sometimes I forget to put in the W in where. You know, I forget to put in the H. And sometimes I'll do where as in W-E-A-R. No. I would do were instead of where. And I'm like, wait a minute, I'm missing a letter here. I mean, English is actually a very difficult language because words have like double, sometimes triple meanings.
And the sentence structure is inverted from most other languages, isn't it?
I mean, seeing how our sentence structure comes from Latin, I think it's been modified to be wrong. But like, if people spoke in proper English, it would be correct.
Where, here is the same, and I hate verbal time. There.
And the thing is that where, and wear, like if you're wearing clothes, that's also difficult to put in there. Like read, red, and the color red.
That one pissed me off as a kid. Oh, well, I'm screwed.
Stop reading poor. I don't want to talk with you. Oh, poor. A woman shunned. Now you're gonna get the yandere part. The bad part of the yandere. If I can't have more, then no one can. Your head's gonna end up in the backpack. Name the reference.
Oh, like I'm thinking of Mira no Yuki and that one kid that took a homeless person's head. That's the first thing that came to my head.
Yeah, well, one of the people's name is Yuki from School Days.
Oh god.
I'll send Boarhead for you. But I don't want it. Why are you mad at me? What did I do? I didn't do anything. I tried to facilitate the love. I don't know what I did wrong. I'm just old grandpa, remember? Old people can't do things wrong. All we do is give butterscotch candies and Pepperidge Farm cookies. Because you're supposed to be Cupid and Boar doesn't like me. Well, I mean, I don't have the arrows. And the arrows I do have, I don't think Boar wants me to shoot them with. They're more likely... my arrows are for hunting. Wow, my dashboard is independent, brother. You are wrong. You are wrong and point. I still don't see how I did wrong. I mean, I'm in my villain arc, so you guys are lucky that I tried to facilitate.
Especially since you're an apothecary.
I'm an apothecary, not a Cupid. I'm supposed to whip up a love potion and drug this man. Go Bill Cosby style.
Oh god.
You want a pudding pop?
Ironically, I never watched this TV show, but I did watch Little Bill and a little bit of Fat Albert.
Good idea, do it. She wants me to drug you. We won't do that, not even in Minecraft. I can't. That is illegal and against Twitch terms of service.
So, quick question. Why do you have the Taco Tuesday thing up on a Wednesday?
Is it Wednesday?
Today's Wednesday. Because remember, you didn't do anything Monday.
Son of a bitch.
As soon as I said Taco Tuesday, I was like, what?
Okay. Yeah.
To be fair, you only got like 3 hours of sleep and a lot of time at work, and you just got back, and you're still trying to fix everything, so...
Man... Let's get rid of that.
I mean, everybody loves a good taco, so...
Hold on. Hold on.
Got tacos and sushi, and tacos and sushi, tacos and sushi, and antidepressants.
What the?
It's a song I found on Instagram that my friend sent me. It's a guy like singing tacos and tacos and sushi.
Oh no. Okay. Let me update this. Wow. I wonder how many people I actually confused.
I'll probably go with the tacos for your question, Polar, because I've never actually had sushi.
You never had sushi?
Nope. All my fish has been cooked.
Interesting.
There was a time I was tempted to grab something from a gas station. I was like, yeah, don't grab that.
I like sushi. Oh boy, you're missing out.
Yeah, maybe at some point. Like, I don't like egg rolls. I don't like spring rolls.
What? Let's
like
get you a
pizza
pack of hot dogs and some Wonder Bread.
Yeah, that would probably work.
Me too. Besides, I never had taco before. Okay, tacos are like what people in the US think tacos are, they aren't. Except if when you live like in the South. The South, like a border town. Like Texas gets a lot of Mexican food. California gets a lot of Mexican food. Nevada, Arizona. But then once you get on the other side of Texas, things get all messed up. Polar, I don't want to see you go to Texas. You'll be vastly disappointed.
What, she's expecting something big from Texas?
She wants to go to Texas. When I asked her if she wants where she wants to visit, she chose Texas and Canada.
Canada is expensive, and well, especially with a lot of stuff that has like trans fats or anything unhealthy. They also get their milk in bags. Texas.
I liked Canada, but you're right, it is expensive. But where Boar from?
I'm from the east side of the U.S.
He's from the Eastern Seaboard. We are on opposite sides of the country. Oh boy, you're in the doghouse. You are in the doghouse. I will bring you out some kibble.
Remember to put some water in there. It shouldn't turn into gravy.
No water for you. You drink from the garden hose.
I haven't done that since I was like 14.
I know. So you should be used to it now. I'm trying to think who else of our... Okay, so me, Reject, and Stoicy are from the general area. Same general area. Boar is in the east, and Sophie is in the far east.
I'm not sleeping in a chicken coop. I had an aunt that had one. Oh hell no! She had a chicken coop. She had a bunny coop. No.
To the coop with you. You'll have that nice waffle pattern when you fall asleep up against the fence.
If the hens don't poke at me for being too close to their chicks.
Ooh. Are you going in the chicken coop or are you going in the hen house? I mean, do boars eat chicken?
Honestly, I do not know, but generally pigs do eat anything.
Yeah, pigs eat anything, including bones.
Yep.
I hope the rooster pecks him.
Yeah, now if we're gonna be hiding from the werewolf, just like what happened in, what was it, Annabelle Comes Home, or whatever that, whichever one of the Annabelle films that was called.
Watch you get one of them fighting chickens, and they forgot to take the blades off the claws.
Oh fuck!
Hey, did you see the new Xbox consoles? It's literally the Series Series X, but digital.
Oh, the white version of the Xbox X, Series X.
Yeah, I'm just like, wow, we're just scamming people for money now. It's like
then we also have...
your current Xbox Series X is a digital. You don't need to trade in your Series X to get a digital version.
Let's just hope it runs Space Marines and hopefully Veilguard.
Well, Veilguard, like right now everything's going on the PlayStation. Simply for the fact that I don't have my Xbox hooked up. But you know, maybe like honestly, that Series X just puts out way too much heat. My computer array puts out enough heat.
I mean, that's understandable. And we do have a way of conversating through Discord, so that's fun.
Yeah. Well, like Sony has Discord built into it. I think Xbox has Discord built into it.
Yeah, that's where I'm talking from.
Yeah. So my brother's gonna pick up Space Marines. So yeah, when Stoicy's unable to play, we'll probably have a third.
That's fun.
I just don't know what he's gonna play. I have no way of checking if he's online or not.
Oh, you like to appear offline?
Well, hold on. Let me see. Like normally I would just check the PlayStation app, but my phone is currently being used for VTube Studio and my iPad is being used for music, and I don't think there's a PlayStation app for the PC. And I kind of don't want to start up the capture device right now because that's going to be a lot of programs open. But yeah, I did want to see more Veilguard, but I need to end this stream. Where's the...
I was looking over in the Microsoft store and I was trying to find out what the pre-order bonus was and what the digital deluxe edition was supposed to give me. It wouldn't tell me aside from pre-ordering gives you the Blood Dragon armor.
Oh, for Dragon Age?
Yeah. So I don't know if it's the version from the Dragon Age Origins that was the Dwarven crafted armor, or the somewhat updated version that was in Mass Effect 2 and 3 that also had like a little bit of a port on, I think, 2. And it said for all 3 classes. So I don't know if there's going to be just a single suit that can work for all 3 classes or just be like its own thing.
I mean, I think for Veilguard, the armor's just decorative. Like it's like a skin that you put over your current armor.
So, like, I know the companions are gonna have like their like you can't change their outfits. I don't believe because it said a bunch of cosmetic stuff. So when it said it like that, my first thought was going back to Dragon's Age 2 when you upgraded companions equipment by going to the marketplace.
I don't think they're gonna go back that far. I think you're just gonna have like you have the different armor sets in this one, but I think if you don't like it, you could apply the skin to it, and it'll still keep the stats of the upgraded armor set.
I'm still not used to games sometimes or most games being primarily 70 off rip.
$70 right off the bat.
Yeah, it's 70 for the default and 90 for the deluxe.
Yeah, that's gonna be rough. I paid like 100 for Space Marines too.
I was just like, you bought the big edition?
I did. It looks good, and everyone's saying it's gonna be the big game of the year. And this was after they got their hands on it. So, like normally, they hype it up, and then the open beta comes out, and then people are like, it's not living up to the hype. But when they announced it, they're like, ooh, this looks good. We're getting hyped, and then they released I think the first campaign mission, and people loved it. Like a lot of playthroughs I've seen, they're just like, I would not change anything. So I mean, when you get that type of reaction, it's kind of like what was it? Remember Destiny 1 when they released the open beta for that, and people were like, oh, I sure hope they add this, I sure hope they add that, blah 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 blah. And then the game came out and they didn't add anything. It was just the same thing as the open beta. They didn't change a thing, and it was like, well, I've already played this, and it was boring. It was boring then, and it's boring now. And Space Marines did the opposite, and they were like, okay, we're gonna hype you up, we're gonna deliver on it, and we're gonna give you pretty much a fully polished product. It's just gonna be the first chapter. And people loved it, and they were like, don't change a thing. And I don't think Games Workshop's gonna be like the one that's is gonna be that type of publisher that's like, don't tell me what to do, I'm gonna change everything now.
Hopefully Sweet Baby, Black Girl Gaming, and their various constituents don't try to do anything to the game.
Well, Sweet Baby can't do anything because Space Marines are ugly already. They're not
you're not wrong.
like Sweet Baby's out to uglify the entire gaming industry. They're like, oh, that person's too hot, make them ugly.
I feel so bad, but there aren't very many decent looking Space Marines or Primarchs.
Yeah, Sweet Baby Incorporated is are they a company?
Consultation company.
Yeah, they're a consultation company, so they give advice. They get paid to give advice, and then they interject their ideals that like games with hot guys and hot girls in it don't not
what gamers need. That's what they're saying.
Yeah, they're basically saying that that humans are being misrepresented in games that have hot people in it, and that they need to be more realistic, and they need to have like flaws and all this and that. So they're so like that.
It's kind of messed up when the like the actors for the main characters are actually very good looking, and then they have to get like Okay, let's slide this to the left until you look like this. There we go.
Oh, like they tried to do with Stellar Blade.
Stellar Blade, they did it with like they're doing it with Star Wars and the Fable game, because the actresses for the main characters, at least the ones we've seen in the trailers, they don't look like their character portrayals.
Yeah. But like there's a pushback. There's a huge pushback from the gaming community that's like, hey, stop it. If the publisher wants the character to look this way, then the character will look this way. And a lot of the Asian based games are like pushing back, and they're like, no, this is our art style. This is the art style of anime. This is the art style of whatever Chinese equivalent of anime is, and we're not going to change because of you.
They try to bully Wukong, and the guy said, yeah, fuck off. They tried to extort them for $1 million.
Yeah, and what was it? Mecha Break was like, you know what? You're never gonna see the human body of the pilot of this mech in the gameplay, but we're gonna let you customize the pilot and make him look hot. They like added a character creator for a game where you don't see the character.
I mean, that's fine. When I was playing Cyberpunk, I didn't realize how I designed my character till I did the Pan Am ending.
You know, Cyberpunk pissed me off because it's like you spend all that time in character creation so in depth, and the whole game's in first person.
I mean, if you sit on a motorcycle, you can be in third person, especially when you T-pose out of your underwear.
Yeah, but I hear that they have a mod that you could play Cyberpunk in third person now. But it's on the PC.
That wouldn't surprise me. They even made a multiplayer, kind of. You can have like racing scenarios in Cyberpunk on PC.
I didn't last long in Cyberpunk because I had it on release. Like I pre-ordered it and immediately asked for a refund because it released broken.
Oh, you're not wrong.
Yeah,
like PlayStation, you would say, "Okay, you guys can have your money back," and PlayStation say that. That's a big thing.
Yeah, like PlayStation, Steam, Xbox, all of them let you have your money back because they. And the thing was that Cyberpunk was how many years in the making? It kept getting pushed back and back and back. So for it to be released that broken was kind of like the death of what studio?
CD Projekt Red.
Yeah.
People behind The Witcher.
But then they fixed it and released it, and people came back to it. But I mean, they lucked out. Like, I mean, gamers are unforgiving but forgiving because like if they waited long enough for the game and they really, really wanted it, they bought it again. But like instantly, so many people got refunds. It's the same thing with No Man's Sky.
Well, No Man's Sky is a little different because the situation for them was like they kept like they lost the data, they got flooded. At one point, they weren't making any money because they took out mortgages on their own homes and just like pushed through it.
Yeah, but the thing was that they released it before it was supposed to be released, and they released a broken game, and it didn't live up to any of the promises they made. So people wanted their money back, and then slowly but surely they were like fixing it little by little. And honestly, they got back like about half the people that were interested in it. But if they had like the original investors, the original player count that they started with, they'd be all like multi-millionaires now. But now they're just like millionaires.
They're doing decently well. It just had a recent update, I think, either earlier this month or last month.
Yeah, I mean, right now it's being praised higher than Starfield, so Starfield was like they sacrificed so many games to make Starfield happen, and it was like Starfield suffered the same fate that that Anthem did.
I didn't get Anthem until like everything was like, oh, this is a bad game and it's on sale for $5. I finished it. I fell through the map a bunch of times, but I finished it.
You finished it in like a day.
Yeah, it's not that long of a story, especially when you're playing the Colossus and you just get the priming abilities and you're pretty much set.
Yeah, you just plow through the game and it's like, wow, I didn't realize the credits would come so soon, and they come out of nowhere too.
I'm just happy I didn't buy the like biggest deluxe edition.
Did I? No, I didn't. I didn't because I was quasi mad at Anthem for what happened to Mass Effect.
I didn't really get that far in Mass Effect because let's see, I think after I got Jal and I went to one of the planets that he wanted us to like investigate, the mission and the what's it called, the mission tracker weren't working properly, so I could never find the blasted location.
I'm just gonna pretend Mass Effect Andromeda didn't happen.
I mean, at least we got a female Garrus.
I'm just gonna pretend Mass Effect Andromeda didn't happen.
What's the matter? Didn't we like the fact that we got like 2 new Krogans, a new player, oh not a new player, a new race to romance, female Garrus, PB.
You know, Phoebe, when I first saw the trailers, I thought Phoebe was gonna be the one thing I hated the most about Mass Effect Andromeda, and then when I played through, she was actually the only thing that I liked about it. Like, to be honest, like Phoebe and the redhead scientist.
The one I can't remember her name. All I remember is you speak to her a lot about religion, philosophy.
Yeah. I don't know why. I like those type of characters, like the smart ones that aren't like they don't flaunt that they're geniuses, but they know a lot of things. I like those type of characters.
And they're patient with you when they're trying to explain something.
Yeah. But then you get the really, really smart ones that are like eggheads, like the vampire from Monster Prom.
Liam, the hipster.
Yeah, I can't stand him. Like, I put him, like, I don't even care if he's going against someone that I absolutely hate. I will side with the person that I absolutely hate over Liam, just to like see him wallow and cry. Oh man. But what else? Let me pull up my bingo chart. Let me see what I have here. I did not do good on bingo.
He had like 3, almost like 5 in a row, but they were each missing like 2.
Yeah, and the thing was that one of them had some like surefire ones that should have shown up at the game show. And I was so upset by that. I was like, why didn't they not show Gears? And then I realized, oh yeah, Xbox has their own showcase that they're gonna have. Of course they're gonna save Gears. But I thought they were gonna briefly glance over it, like right at the end when they were breezing through all the Xbox games. So like the one that I had Gears and Expedition 33. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? I couldn't get those two. I mean, 2, and then I had Elder Scrolls 6 and Mass Effect 4 on another one. Okay, there was no way that we would get the Nintendo Switch 2 one. Yep, hydrate will do. I thought we were gonna get the new Dragon Quest game in Mass Effect 4. Oh, and there was one, the one that was missing one, Grand Theft Auto 6. We got nothing for Grand Theft Auto 6.
They ain't gonna do anything after that one person just, what was it? Did they hack it with a Roku, or was it just someone that just leaked it from the inside?
I think someone just leaked it.
Oh,
I mean, Roku could barely connect to the things it's supposed to connect to. I don't think they could have hacked it with a Roku.
no, because there was a autistic hacker that basically, like, they had him trapped in a hotel room because they had to transfer him somewhere, and he managed to hack something by just configuring a Roku remote. So his sentence is now at like a special needs hospital. It was a while back. I think I have to look for the thing.
Copy. Can I add? I can't. Let's see here. Let's pull up the old bingo card. Let's see how bad I missed. I think chat's on my left. Okay. Right here's fine. Okay. So yeah, the Grand Theft Auto 6 was the near miss. That was the near miss. Elder Scrolls 6, Mass Effect 4 across the top was kind of a long shot because Bethesda rarely leaks anything on an Elder Scrolls series until it's like really close to release, and Elder Scrolls 6 is nowhere near right now. But the one that I had money on was Gears E-Day and Expedition 33. I thought for sure we were going to get something on those two. But nope, we didn't get anything. But
I cannot imagine the script size for Grand Theft Auto 6.
I want to see who makes a guest appearance, to be honest.
You see everybody from the previous games actually lived in their endings.
Yeah, man. I was so disappointed that hold on. Geez, what did I do? You were saving up for that. You were saving up for that. You know it. You were saving those points up, and as soon as it rolled over to 2000, it was like, and fire. But let me see. Half-Life 3, I thought we would get something. Nothing. I just remain that I'm here. Oh, you're just reminding me that you were there. I knew you were there.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
I am entertained. Thank you very much. Wow. You actually used some channel points for something else other than to hydrate in the stretch.
Is it my fault that I just use the function that just keeps your health up?
No, I'm not. It's just odd that you used it for something else other than to keep my health up.
I think the only other thing I've ever used is the Shoyu's Wrath for the first time you actually made it. That was it.
I'm just quiet listening to great source. I'm not praising Boar. She's probably like, yeah, because I hear Johnny's voice twice.
Probably. I got a scraggly voice.
You don't have a scraggly voice. You have a very full, robust voice. I'm the one with like the voice that's deceptive of my age.
If I have a full robust voice, you're being the vampires from Warhammer.
Oh, so. This War even asked me apologies. I think you should just say you're sorry, War. Just do the basic man code. You don't know what you did wrong, but you're sorry for it. Yeah. Let me see. Avowed. Yeah, that was a long shot. Metroid Prime 4. Yeah, that's a Nintendo one. Caravan Sandwich. I didn't even know anything about it. I just added that. That was all you, Bor.
Yeah, that's fair.
I thought we would see Fable, but I didn't have Fable in a line that it would have made a difference at whether I got it or not. I definitely thought we would have saw some Dragon Age Veilguard, but they've been releasing things on Dragon Age a lot, so I'm just like, maybe because they've been releasing stuff on Dragon Age, that's why we didn't get anything on it. Perfect Dark Remaster, that was a long shot also. I really did think we were going to get a new Dragon Quest game. We are overdue by a lot for a new Dragon Quest game. Like, I remember
I haven't started 11 yet.
11's the one with the purple haired guy, right? The guy who looks like Future Trunks.
Yeah, it's gray or like light black or something.
Yeah, that's the last one I got, and that was like released what, 10 years ago?
Yeah, I think it was on the Xbox One, and then you recently got an upgrade. I still have it in the demo, and I haven't even started yet.
Yep. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that we're overdue for it. I'm pretty sure there's one in the works. But yeah. Well, let me use the restroom really quick, and then we'll get into some Warhammer when we get back. All right, 1 second.
You're so cute, you touch my soul. I'm in love, I lose control. Only you put me on fire. Only you, I am desire. You're in my dreams every night. You're in my thoughts all the time. I think I'm losing my mind. Oh, when you will be mine. You're my sugar crush. Your love gives me rush. Senpai, be mine forever and ever. My sweet sugar crush. When we meet, you give me plush. Ask me anything you want, I'll do it for you. You're my sugar crush. You're my sugar Senpai, I saw you at school today. Took your picture, then I snuck away. I want you to notice me, but I'm just someone you don't notice still. I think I've got a rifle I have to kill. Please notice me, senpai. Please notice me, senpai. Please notice me, senpai. Or others will have to die. Please notice me, senpai. Please notice me, senpai. Please notice me, senpai. Or others will have to die. My heart beats faster when I'm near you. I get so nervous, I don't know what to do. I don't need to seem aloof. I got to push enough to the furnace.
Okay, we are back. let's deep dive into some wonderful Warhammer. Okay, let me close these windows here. I don't think I need all this open. Definitely don't need that open.
What I miss?
Nada. I was just setting up the next screen. Thank you, Polar. And Gur Tabor. Alright, let's... why do I enjoy seeing you in the doghouse so much? It's so much fun. Alright, so our first up... we are going to check out every single Space Marine Legion. Because I want to know.
Oh, you're looking at Major Kill, okay.
Huh?
Or, wait. No, just there's a decent size, but alright.
Yeah, I want to know because I want to know what color I want to be.
You can make your own color pattern based on what they present you. It's just the left side where they have like the insignia, like the yellow one has a fist, the red one is gonna have like a blood drop, and the blue one generally has like a what the hell, what's that up the U symbol again supposed to be?
What was it, Omicron?
Maybe. No, Omega. There we go. Yeah.
Well, I kind of want to stay somewhat lore accurate, so let's go ahead and play this.
They'll struggle with their identities, their purpose, their faith, and ultimately each other. And each...
Hold on, let me rewind that all the way to the beginning.
One day, a god decides it's time to bring humanity back into the stars and creates giant superhuman soldiers in a basement on Terra that would be known as Space Marines.
I love
the 20
how they
legions
simplify.
of these
Holy
super
crap,
soldiers
that's
will
a
struggle
lot.
with their identities, their purpose, their faith, and ultimately each other. And each of these legions is unique in ways you wouldn't believe. So, welcome to our breakdown of the 20 legions of the Adeptus
The
Astartes
Space 18
from
chapters.
Warhammer
There's
40K.
still more to come, Johnny.
Yeah, but this will give
Might
me a
as well
good...
start at number 1. The
This
first
will give
Legion
me a
Astartes
good,
is also coincidentally one of the
basis.
most celebrated despite their habit of secrecy. Often tasked with some of the most important and high-profile
Well,
missions,
these
the
are
Dark
the-
Angels enjoyed much of the spotlight during the Great
Bulwark.
Crusade. Their first recorded deployment was the defense of the Imperial Palace during the Palace coup attempt
Dark Angels.
during the Unification Wars. Many of the first legionnaires of what would eventually become the Dark Angels were used to experiment fighting styles and organizational techniques to be used in the other legions. This led to an air of superiority that hung over
Family
the
Guy.
first in every encounter with their fellow legions, leading to the unofficial nickname, the Uncrowned Princes. Many First Legion warriors started taking names of epic heroes from Terran myth as they slowly started believing their own hype. However, this led them
Interesting.
to start believing that there was nothing they could learn from the rest of the Imperium or even their brother Space Marines. And so, by the time their Primarch Lionel
like the
Johnson was
color.
found,
It's
the
like
first was
steel-
a legion
like
of
basic
secretive
steel.
and superior traditionalists ruled by a circle
Oh,
of
the,
pseudo-nobility called
the dark green?
hosts. Oddly, the prideful
Is it
leaders of
dark
the
green?
Legion did not at first enjoy
Yeah,
the
their
presence
chapter
of
color
their
is like,
Primarch like other legions did,
like
and it
forest
took
green or
quite
something.
a few duels for the Lion
more
to
than
beat
half the
some
time.
sense into this group of
does it
Astartes.
look like
And
it's just
unfortunately,
plain
his
silver?
feeling of bitterness and wounded pride
Some of the
became a
designs are gonna be a
festering
little different,
undercurrent
so
of
There's a
heresy
green. They normally
that
have, like,
came to a head when Horus attacked the Imperium. The legionnaires that had still shown resistance to the Lion and his new tactics had been sent
look.
to guard their home
Figures.
world of Caliban and were very upset
They're
about
dark
the
gray,
perceived
though.
slight against their honor. In a final act
like
of
gunmetal.
rebellion, these Marines would become the Fallen, turned against the Imperium, forcing the Lion to destroy most of Caliban and fighting his former best
Maybe
friend
you can 3D
Luther.
print them.
Heavily
Just don't take them
wounded,
to a
the Primarch
tournament.
slept
There's
for
a
over
green
10
one.
millennia until waking up during the Indomitus Crusade.
Now it's
Currently,
green.
the Dark Angels are one of the strongest Space Marine chapters, working in concert with their successor chapters
they
better
are
than any
super
other
green.
legion, all while hunting down what remains of their fallen brothers in secret. That's weird. All it says here is error 404, Legion not found. Well, on to the next one, I guess. A legion diminished by the near total
Emperor's
loss of its
Children.
gene seed, the Emperor's Children were a faint echo
That's
of the
Legion
other
3.
legions by the time Fulgrim was found and
Ooh,
given
they're
command.
purple.
Driven by his personal need to prove himself as the perfect son of the Emperor and his compulsive need for efficiency, Fulgrim drove his legion to never waste resources or energy, creating some of the most obsessed Marines in the Imperium. For some time after Fulgrim took command, the 3rd Legion wasn't able to take part in many of the more glorious and notable campaigns of the Great Crusade,
all
as they
armor,
worked
no
to
body.
replenish their numbers. Once they were ready, however,
yeah, they
proved
they're meant to be
and
really
ended
bulky.
up volunteering for challenges that would stress even the more better equipped legions.
Like there isn't really
this
that.
exposed them to the taint of chaos early on, and by the time the heresy was being planned, the
Well,
Emperor's
he looks
children
like
and their
he's
Primarch had
full-bodied,
almost been
but
fully
like everyone
taken
else looks
by
like
the
a
ruinous
skinny,
powers.
scrawny dude in a big set
The
of armor.
Emperor's children and their Primarch were manipulated at almost every step of the way. Horus saw his inexperienced and eager young brother as a useful tool, even leveraging his relationship with Ferrus Manus of the Iron Hands Legion in an attempt to get yet another legion on his side. For his part, Fulgrim is depicted as being mostly naive, but we shouldn't forget that he is a Primarch, a superhuman warrior with a huge wrinkly brain and tons of ambition, and his legion was very much the same, a fact that the Prince of Excess exploited with gusto. Masters of siege warfare, these implacable warriors were often more stubborn than the
he's more
fortresses
intelligent
they
than a lot of people,
garrisoned,
but he's
making
mainly
matters
just
worse, their
very
Primarch
pompous.
Perturabo was a strict disciplinarian, instituting decimation as a punishment whenever the Legion failed to measure up to his high standards, which thankfully wasn't often. Choosing 1 out of every 10 of your friends to be beaten to death is a
He looks like Mastermind from like the Marvel comics.
Oh, Peter Turbo.
Yeah.
strong motivator to not
He
make
is the
mistakes,
individual
it
that just
seems. The real problem for the Iron Warriors
that
was
can't take
they
a
were too
compliment
good at
and
what
just
they
sees
did.
like everybody thinks
Long,
that he just thinks
protracted
everybody's
sieges
using
and
him.
trench warfare are difficult
so
for
super
any soldier,
paranoid.
and though Space Marines are superhuman in many
A
ways,
little bit.
they're built for quick, decisive strikes, not drawn-out warfare. The Iron Warriors, though, took these assignments on without complaining so often that they got themselves pigeonholed into the role.
So they're
Whenever
like
a tough enemy
mercenaries.
had dug in, the Emperor sent the Iron Warriors to blast
They,
them out.
the
Fortress
Iron,
needed guarding by more.
the Iron Warriors are mainly construction based.
So they're not really fighters.
No, they like every legion can fight. It's just they each have like a primary thing they do. The Iron Warriors is one of the 2 or 3 building groups, or of the 3 building groups, and they're the ones that generally have like a rivalry with the Imperial Fist.
Huh. But the guy said that they're not really built for long drawn out wars. They're only meant for like missions. So maybe they're not the best fighters out of all the legions.
If they know who they're fighting against, they can basically do a decent enough plan to just like draw out their resources.
Interesting.
More than just human infantry, he called on the Iron Warriors. This slowly bred resentment and bitterness in the Legion, and especially its Primarch, who began to get envious of the praise and honors heaped on his more noteworthy brothers. When the time came and Horus approached him about the possibility of fighting the Emperor and his upstart loyalist brothers, Perturabo and his legion didn't hesitate to say yes, although they remain to this day one of only
Not
2
many
traitor
knights.
legions who staunchly refused to worship
Oh,
the
yeah,
gods of chaos.
the first legion is the one that like
very few
is
examples
closer
of
to like
Astartes
medieval
forces
knights.
who operated relatively the same before and after
Like,
the introduction of
like
their
in
Primarch.
this section, they're going over like the main legions, and then they start getting subdivided after Warhammer 30K.
These are the samurai ones.
Originally called the Star Hunters, these Astartes were not often found in the grand battles of the Unification Wars or the Great Crusade, being instead held back for use as scouts and hunters,
You on a
tracking down
skateboard? Looks like he's on a
the
skateboard.
Unification Wars or the Great Crusade.
He might have been standing on like a rock cliff,
No.
or just terrain in general.
keep the heads of the fallen.
Being instead held back for use as scouts and hunters, tracking down enemies of the Emperor for other legions to destroy.
So they're like
Not that the 5th
bounty
Legion was
hunters.
incapable of fighting campaigns on their own, as their war record during the Great Crusade would attest, but their hit-and-run tactics were better suited for smaller-scale fights, and while effective, the other legions thought very little of their brothers from the 5th. And while this image of the Star Hunters didn't change much after their Primarch Jagatai was found, the newly renamed White Scars began to pick up more culture and pride than they had ever enjoyed. This is because while Jagatai inherited a legion that was already capable of fighting in a style to which he was accustomed, they were hollow, joyless men in desperate need of something to enrich themselves.
These are the samurai guys, right?
Up a hobby: calligraphy, painting, storytelling, needlepoint, anything to let
variety
the Marines of the
changes
White
after a
Scars feel
bit. So
bit
the one I
less
was
like
like Darth
mindless
Vader
killing
outfits, like the
machines,
original
and
set.
It worked. The White Scars kept to their duties of scouting and hunting down the enemies of the Imperium without word of complaint. And when the
definitely
time
not
came
my
for them
style.
to choose a side in the heresy, they stuck with the Loyalists and hunted down
Like,
their
I do
traitorous
have a
former
weeaboo
allies.
side, but
It's even a
not
tradition
for
that has
this type of
persisted
game.
to this day, with the great hunts of the Khans regularly finding and dispatching some of the deadliest enemies of the throne. The Rout, the Vilka Fenrika, the Space Wolves, the 6th Legion Astartes has had several names across its history, and it's been quite a bloody one. One of these so-called trefoil legions, the 6th was made for a very specific purpose: to kill other Space Marines. The relatively small size of the Legion was due in large part to the volatility of their gene seed, a precaution that the Emperor baked in just in case his favorite executioners ever decided to turn on him. Not that it made any difference to their effectiveness.
So they're
During
the
the Unification Wars
anti-Space
and the
Marine
early
Space
Great
Marines.
Crusade, the 6th Legion was
They're the
only
ones that are
unleashed
supposed to
when
be
the
used to
Emperor
help
wanted
keep
to make a
rogue
point,
Space
or
Marines
if
or
he
ones
needed
that
a
are
problem
problematic in
dealt with.
line.
The warriors of the 6th soon gained a
So
reputation
if
for
one
being
starts
some of
going
the
against
most
the will of the
savage
Emperor,
fighters in
causing
the
problems, they
Imperium,
get
a fact
dispatched to
that
deal with
worked well
them.
to keep potential traitors in line.
There we
Two
go.
very important things happened to the 6th Legion during the Great Crusade. Their Primarch, Leman Russ, was found, the Wolf King renaming his legion to the Space Wolves, and at some point the Wolves were called upon to fulfill their intended role as the Emperor's executioners, killing the Primarchs of the 2nd and 11th Legions and mauling the surviving Marines so badly that none dare speak of the 2 lost legions ever again. It was these acts that led to the other Primarchs rightfully fearing Russ and his legion. It was said that out of every Primarch, only the Lion could have stood against the Wolf in combat, a thought that was tested in the bitter feuds the 2 Primarch had over the years. The problem with this reputation, of course, was that the Legionnaires of the 6th and their Primarch never really gained a close relationship with their peers. It's hard to trust someone who you know would kill you as easily as they would drink with you, should the Emperor command it at least. This was taken to its extreme during the Heresy, when Horus successfully tricked the Wolves into attacking the Thousand Sons with some false orders, which kept them from helping their allies on Terra during the siege. To this day, the Wolves are known for being some of the most incredibly deadly warriors in the galaxy, and are not above fighting other Imperials who step out of line. Out of all the Space Marine legions, only the 7th has claim to Terra as its official homeworld. The Imperial Fists established themselves early on as excellent defense troops, being proficient in the building of defenses and the nuances of a more aggressive defense style that lent itself very well to the abilities of a Space Marine force. This changed very little once they were reunited with their Primarch Rogel Dorn. Dorn was staunchly loyal and favored uncomplicated, straightforward approaches to every problem. Under his stewardship, the Imperial Fist Legion became as well known for their heavy assault tactics.
They're molded mainly by where they were found.
This led them to be used quite often as the Emperor's blunt
the 6th one was found on like an ice planet called Fenrir, so Viking. The one with all the like electronic bits in his head is mainly from a construction world.
This guy looks like Alstair.
Oh, Alistar.
Yeah.
that had held on for too long, or defending desperate last stands that the Emperor
He
could not
also
afford to
has a
lose.
very
In this way, the Imperial Fists gained a rivalry
very
with
good
the
way of
Iron
focusing
Warriors,
to the point
the
that
latter of which
when he
became
needs
very
to
bitter
think,
that the
he will
Fists
either
often
wear a
received
pain
honors
suit
for
or
the daring
pain gloves.
actions that they were assigned to, while they themselves were often relegated to fighting the longer, less exciting parts of those same sieges. For his part, Dorn seemed completely uninterested in that sort of rivalry, thinking only of his duty to the Imperium. It was Dorn who constructed the imposing defenses
these are
of
like
the Imperial
the
Palace
goody
on Terra,
goods,
and it was Dorn who
supposedly.
accompanied the Emperor onto Horus's
The
battle
Imperial
barge at the
fists?
climax of the
Yeah.
siege. His
Wait,
inability
are the
to
Imperials
stop the
good or
hits of
bad?
both his brother Sanguinius and the Emperor
They're one
very
of the
nearly broke
loyalist
him, and while he
factions
very nearly
from the
came to
Warhammer
blows with his
30K
brother
war.
Guilliman in the aftermath, he eventually
And,
decided it was best to keep what was
That's
left
I
of
don't
the
even know what that
Imperium
is from.
together. Today, the Imperial Fists and
They'll
their
do what the
successor
Emperor
chapters
wills them to
fight
do,
as
is the best I
roving
can say.
armies, crusading from one system to the next.
So is it
never
good
settling
to
down.
follow the
So while
Emperor
the
or
Fists
bad to
claim
go
Holy
get
Terra
to
as their home world, their real headquarters is
decide
their
with the
ancient
Emperor?
mobile battle station called
Both.
the Phalanx. The 8th Legion, the Night Lords, are one of the most controversial of the Astartes forces, and that's saying something. The Emperor had
Night
his
Lords.
executioners to deal with traitors and his spies and his scouts, all roles useful for warfare on a galactic scale. But the problem is that, like any tyrant, the Emperor was
depends on your
worried about the masses
perspective.
of people rising up in revolt.
Huh.
No matter how many Marines he made or how many campaigns
Like,
he fought,
I
the
just
trillions
wanna
and
know
trillions
what
of
the
people in the new
Emperor's,
Imperium would always outnumber his armies
because you
and
got
could force him to
you got
spend
emperors that actually care about the people that serve them, and then emperors that rule with an iron fist. And I don't know, I don't know anything about the lore. So I don't know if the emperor's the type that's like, you will follow me, blah 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 blah, or if the emperor's like, follow me and I'll lead us to safety, and we will. Like,
He wants the best for humanity, but the way he goes about it is more of it's closer to a dictatorship in a sense.
but who are his rivals though? Would do the emperor's rivals want like to just be like, no, the humanity needs to end, and or are they the ones that are like, hey, we should just let everything happen as is, like, because like you could tell whether emperor's good or bad by who he's fighting against. Like, who
So
are
with Warhammer, there really isn't a good faction because we're at the point where we're just trying to survive in a sense. And with the depictions of how each of the Primarchs and their factions are like shown, like they each handle very specific means and their mental states are not the best each.
So who has the most logical route towards everyone surviving?
That would be the Ultramarines, Primarch Rebute Guilliman.
So the blue guys.
Yeah, he when they found him, he already like converted a bunch of worlds to working almost perfectly.
So how does he get along with the emperor?
Not very well.
Okay, so the emperor is bad then.
The Emperor is bad. He's trying to get everything for humanity to work well. The main issue is that he sees anything that's not human as problematic and just wants to squash it out. Rebute used to follow that religiously, and then he like learned, yeah, there's a lot of too many problems here. We need to fix some stuff. Maybe work with the elves a bit.
Did I just get a Discord notification out of the blue? Oh, it's probably out of Riri's channel. Huh. So Ultramarines are like, we want to ensure humanity's existence, but we want to be able to coexist with other life forms that are rationable, like we could rationalize with?
Somewhat. Like the way Rabute Gilman works is like I can't remember what the occupation is called, but the ones that basically like fix up cities and everything to actually work very well. You pay your taxes on time, construction's on time, everything's running smoothly.
Yeah, like architects, but in a political fashion.
Yep.
That's good then. Whereas the Emperor is like, we could do that, but we don't need all these other living beings around other than us.
Yeah, the Emperor is mainly just anti anything that's not human.
So he's reverse Magneto.
Basically.
He's reverse Magneto, and the other guy's Professor X.
I guess you can see it that way.
I mean, there's no sense in like over complicating it. It's like boil it down to the simple stuff. It's like one guy wants superiority for all of humankind, and the other one wants everyone to work together.
Yeah.
The Emperor's bad. Easy. Boom.
You just don't tell a sister battle that.
Putting out the fires of revolution.
Just don't tell a sister battle that.
Yeah, I'll tell him that.
So
I don't care.
the Emperor chose to
I'm
make
new to the
himself
fandom,
a terror force.
There's no sense
The
in
Legionnaires
confusing
of the 8th
newcomers.
specialized in scare tactics, not like the
You
Space Wolves who
let
were so
them
terrifying in
get
combat
into the
that other
details on
warriors
their
would
own,
know that they couldn't
because
win.
if you try to
The
like
Night Lords would cut your
nitpick
power
every
and
little
creep in
detail,
dark shadows.
no
They would
one's gonna
take
want to
over the
join
Vox feeds and
the
blare the
fandom.
screams of the dying to the rest of
Like,
the populace.
it's easier
They
to get
would
in while
flay
it's simple,
people
and then
leave them to be
figure out
found in the town square. They
the
fought
details
dirty,
later.
ugly. They made the idea of fighting the Imperium terrifying, and it wasn't long before the
Who are
other
these
Primarchs
guys?
took a stand. And here
Oh,
is
the Night
probably
Lords?
the biggest
Okay.
instance of cowardice by the Emperor
These are the
himself.
vampires,
It's
aren't they?
very clear that the Emperor
No,
created
they
the Night
are
Lords to be
basically,
this way and encouraged them, ordered them
they're
to
basically,
act like this. Just like with
like
Imran
psychotic
of the World
Batman.
Eaters,
Huh?
the
Nope.
Emperor knew that the Primarch
They're like
of the
psychotic
8th
Batman.
Conrad Kurz
Oh,
was
God,
racked
never
with
mind.
mental
Easy.
instability brought on by conditions
touching them.
that might have been curable,
Like
but
their
chose to
Primarch
do nothing
is
and
he's
disavow
able
the
to
Night
see the
Lords
future,
when it
but it's
became
always the
known that they
worst
committed acts of
endings.
terror,
So
even
his
and
psyche's kind of
especially
fucked up from that.
upon the citizens of the
And
Imperium.
his base
Needless to say that the
is
Night Lords
constructed
decided to
to
work with
simulate
Horus
a giant
and the other
body, so
traitors
he can
when
just
the
keep
time
stabbing
came,
everything.
even though they never accepted worship of the Chaos Gods. Their only goal post-heresy has seemingly been to
Ironically,
tear
his
down
worlds
the
are the most
rotting
safe
edifice
because of
the
how he
Imperium
dishes out
that
punishment.
betrayed them. Originally designed as one of a handful of shock troop armies, the legion that would become the Blood Angels were often deployed either as the very tip of the Emperor's spear or wherever a stubborn enemy needed to be wiped out wholesale. It was a job the 9th Legion excelled at, often replenishing lost
Angels.
Marines with new stock taken from their enemies, and in this way the Legion
Those
gained
are the
a
vampires.
reputation for returning from dangerous campaigns with the same number of Marines it had departed with. But that wasn't the only rumor. All Marines are capable of eating flesh to gain information or emergency sustenance, but the 9th Legion became known for ritualistically eating their slain foes after battle, indulging in a red thirst for blood. This reputation pushed them further from the rest of the Imperium as they were shunned and slowly began to devolve into feral murderers. And
cannibals.
then Sanguinius was found. The angelic Primarch had grown up on the world of Baal, and when he was given his legion, the incredibly psychic Primarch instantly felt a connection to his gene sons. Instead of demanding they swear an oath to him, Sanguinius swore an oath to them. They would either rise together or fall together. Under his leadership, the Blood Angels went from pariahs to one of the most decorated assault legions in the Imperium. It's no surprise then that the Marines of the Blood Angels Legion had the strongest bond with their Primarch, only strengthened by his psychic abilities. When Horus slew Sanguinius aboard his ship at the climax of the Siege of Terra, the entire legion broke, succumbing to an illness which would become known as the Black Rage. As the rage takes hold, afflicted Marines begin to believe they are Sanguinius, facing down their treacherous brother Horus, and dying.
I am Tiger
No one knows
Woods.
how or when it will affect a Blood Angels Marine, but the effects are almost always irreversible, with notable exceptions. Today, the Blood Angels are one of the strongest chapters of the Adeptus Astartes,
but the
rage still afflicts them, forcing Blood Angels leadership to place their raving comrades into doomed squads called the Death Company, so that they might seek their end in battle.
Okay.
The 10th Legion
Have
had
a
always
good
been
meal.
as relentless as their Primarch, even before Ferrus Manus was
Iron
found.
Hands.
Called the Stormwalkers during the Unification Wars, the 10th Legion had a very simple, straightforward approach to warfare, not unlike the warriors of the Death Guard. In fact, by the beginning of the Great Crusade, it was apparent that the Stormwalkers had gained an affinity for using heavy vehicles and mobile artillery pieces to simply advance towards an enemy until it wasn't a problem anymore. This hardly changed when Ferrus Manus was given the Legion, and it was named the Iron Hands in honor of the Primarch's literal metal hands. What Manus really brought to his legion was a need to
So some of
purge
these
weakness.
legions don't even
The
have
warriors
Primarchs
of the 10th
anymore.
became known for using their advanced machinery to
Yeah, some of them have,
turn
like,
aside
after
enormous
Warhammer
enemy
30K, some of their
armies, breaking
Primarchs died.
overwhelming forces with their technology. The Marines of this legion would also make extensive use of bionic replacements for limbs, as the sort of fighting they were used to often led to mangled soldiers. This led to the Legion having a much stronger working relationship with the tech priests of Mars compared to other legions. This affinity for machines, coupled with their belief that the flesh is weak, led to some dire consequences after the heresy began. Fulgrim and Ferrus Manus had been some of the closest friends out of all the Primarchs, but when Fulgrim tried to get Manus to join the traitors, the stoic Iron Hands Primarch tried to kill him. When they finally met again on the battlefield, neither man could kill the other until Fulgrim in his grief gave himself to the demon in his sword, and Manus was decapitated. The Iron Hands shattered, with different factions following various captains on missions of vengeance. This almost destroyed what was left of the Legion, with factions blaming the traitors for their cowardice, their allies for their lack of strength, and even blaming Manus and the Iron Hands captains for indulging in their emotions. Seeking to purge this weakness, the remaining Iron Hands became cold, calculating fighters who want nothing more than to purge the weakness of humanity. There has been some pushback against the doctrine recently, but the Iron Hands remain ruthlessly emotionless as a whole. Sorry, your Legion is in another
Like,
castle.
if you're a
What's
troop
going
that they
on?
see
There can't be
has
two
purpose and
missing
you're very
Legion.
mangled, there's a very good chance your body's going to be recycled into, like, equipment for them.
Interesting. So they went beyond replacing limbs and stuff to just replacing the whole body with a mechanical form. So basically, in the end, they're just going to be all robots.
Yeah, mostly. Like Ferrus Manus, I believe he was it's either Ferrus or Peter Turbo that had, like, just his personal guard were just robots.
Interesting. Because robots can be programmed. And
yep, and since they work well with the Mechanicus, they shared similar ideals.
Interesting.
Can there? The 12th Legion was born as the Warhounds and immediately established themselves as an effective assault force. Their discipline in training and combat deployments was similar to legions like the Luna Wolves or the early Blood Angels, but their aggression and ferocity once engaged in combat was much closer to the disposition of the Space Wolves. The Emperor even kept the Warhounds in reserve for much of the Unification War in case he needed to keep other legions in line, again, not unlike the Space Wolves. However, early in the Great Crusade, the prison colony on the asteroid Cerberus rose up in revolt, led by a small group of Thunder Warriors who had somehow survived the purges. Having no other legion nearby, the Emperor sent in the 12th, and the Warhounds went to work. The invasion began at 0300 hours, and by 0808, the all-clear was given by the Warhounds commander. After being asked what the state of the prisoners was, the commander replied that he had not been ordered to take any. And from then on, the Legion was used as the premier assault group of the Imperium and was embedded in the 13th Expeditionary Fleet, working alongside elements of the Imperial Army. And it was under these conditions that the 12th Legion was reunited with their Primarch Angron, who was angry about being ripped away from his gladiator family and decided to kill a...
Angron is angry.
Yep. He's the one I told you that has the butcher's nails implanted in his head. That's not hair. Those are actual wires that make him mad.
bunch of his Marines about it. Eventually, they calm
hates
down,
the
but the
Emperor.
rest of the history of this legion is centered around them trying and failing to gain approval of their angry Gene father. They changed their name to the World Eaters. They began to act more recklessly in their assault actions. They started getting implants similar to Angrons that drove them insane with rage, and none of it worked. When their Primarch sided with Horus because of his unfair and frankly cruel treatment at the hands of the Emperor, the World Eaters obediently followed him right into damnation. The mighty 13th Legion Astartes began as the Warborn, a legion whose gene seed was noted for its high adaptability, leading to the legion becoming the home of refugees instead of taking its recruits from a specific cultural area of Old Terra. This would be a reoccurring pattern, as they would begin by taking in recruits from the defeated enemies of the Emperor on Earth, and eventually take in the loyal Marines of censured or lost legions during the heresy. Well suited to the work of a backbone force, the 13th Legion gradually became known as a competent campaigning legion, often taking on whole war zones without support from other legions. This worked well with the leadership style of their Primarch, Rabute Guilliman, who was adept at not only the business of persecuting wars, but administrating afterwards. The Legion's name was changed to the Ultramarines, and so began one of the most successful careers of any Legion during the Great Crusade. Maybe it was Guilliman's excellent organizational mind, or the ease at which his Legion took to things like diplomacy and logistics, but either way, the Ultramarines conquered more worlds than any Legion except the Luna Wolves, and their numbers swelled to easily eclipse any of the other Astartes armies. There are rumors that this sudden swell of Ultramarine recruits is due to okay, I know I just had the way he has to sit down, and now they're not here. Okay, we'll move on for now, but if I find that passage, I'll circle back. Being the largest legion by far, Horus knew he had to keep the Ultramarines away from Terra or his siege would be stopped easily. So he threw large elements of the Wordbearers, World Eaters, Alpha Legion, and even the Night Lords at their home system of Makraj in order to keep them fighting there instead of in Sol. And the numbers of the Ultramarines is still a huge factor in their operations today, with the chapter
so they're just
having more
throwing
splinter
bodies at the Ultramarines to keep them at bay.
The Ultramarines literally wrote the book on the Astartes, and love them or hate them, they are one of the most effective forces in the galaxy. A legion built on resilience, the 14th Legion, or the Dusk Raiders as they were called at the beginning, were tough even by Astartes standards. Oddly, they began as an ambush force, striking at dusk as their name implies, and making extensive use of heavier armor types so that they could simply walk into enemy fire for maximum intimidation. The Dusk Raiders fought like this for over 8 decades into the Great Crusade before Mortarion, their Primarch, was found. Himself a stoic, tough fighter, Mortarion recognized his new legion as agents of the inevitable, and renamed them the Death Guard. Their way of fighting subtly switched around this time to attrition-style combat, their already tough physiques lending themselves extra protection in battlefields with harsh environmental conditions. In some places that were poisonous or devoid of atmosphere, the warriors of the 14th were sent to show the enemies of humanity that the Emperor would not be turned aside by anything. This led the Legion to fight mostly as foot sloggers, rarely using transports, bikes, or jump packs like other legions did, and instead simply advancing on foot in both power armor and Terminator armor. Mortarion only really became close with Horus, and so even before the heresy began, it was very likely that he would have fought for his brother against the Emperor, but it should be noted that not all his legionnaires felt the same, and if it was not for Nathaniel Garo and the flight of the Eisenstein, the loyal forces of the Imperium would not have known about Horus's treachery until it was too late to stop him. And while Mortarion originally had no intentions of lowering himself to worshipping the powers of chaos, the Great Unclean One had other plans and marooned Mortarion's fleet in a pocket of the warp. The Destroyer Plague tore through his marines, maiming and torturing them until Mortarion pledged himself to Nurgle just to stop the pain. When the Death Guard finally arrived at Terra, the bloated forms of the new Death Guard were terrifying and nearly unkillable. Mortarion himself ascended to demonhood and plagues the Imperium to this day. The Thousand Sons are probably one of the most tragic stories in the
Marines
Imperium.
anymore.
They were originally formed from recruits inside the Emperor's lands on Terra.
Let's see, I think 6 of the 18 Legion become Chaos Marines, and I think 3 die. So there's only 9 left.
Dang, I actually like the Death Guard's way of fighting. Just walking through and sucks.
Yeah, now they're just living cancer reactors.
Yeah, because like that's literally the tanky build that I would love, is just walk in, just absorb, like be a damage sponge, and then just be like, nope, I'm smashing.
Many hadn't suffered war much before the Unification Wars. They were the sons of nobility already loyal to the Emperor, and many had been educated in some manner before volunteering. They were formed by the Emperor himself as the Unification Wars were coming to a close, and exactly 1,000 carefully picked student aspirants were the foundation of the 15th Legion. Aside from their beginnings, the Astartes of the Thousand Sons weren't particularly notable how they fought or were organized until they started developing psychic powers. And while the curious Marines of the 15th were at first happy about this development, it very quickly spiraled out of control. At this point in history, not many people in the Imperium knew about the warp and the chaotic powers within, and that was by design. Starving the Chaos Gods of attention was an effective way of robbing their power. The warriors of the Thousand Sons did not know this and began to horrifically mutate. As they slowly brought the outbreaks under control, other Primarchs like Mortarion and Rogel Dorn became aware of the Psykers in the 15th Legion and pushed to have them censured. No mutant should be allowed in the Emperor's forces. But the 15th Legion couldn't help but learn more, and so continued in secret, especially after being reunited with their Primarch Magnus, whose psychic might was second only to the Emperor's. He stabilized the mutations and reorganized the Legion into chapters, a term which would eventually be used for every Astartes force. Upsettingly, it was Magnus's attempt to warn the Emperor about Horus that got his legion almost destroyed by the Space Wolves, who were forced to deal with the Thousand Sons for breaking the rules about using psychic powers, even if it was to warn the Emperor. Now on the run from the Imperium, the 15th Legion had no choice but to hide in the warp, which brought the mutations back. Desperate chapter leaders attempted a complicated spell, the Rubric of Ahriman, which stopped the mutations at the cost of turning their bodies to dust. Most 1,000 Marines are now barely sentient, and their forces traveled the galaxy on mysterious missions for their god Tzeentch, and to find a cure. Mirroring the rise and fall of their Primarch Horus Lupercal, the 16th Legion started out as one of the Emperor's most trusted forces. The Terran recruits were formed from wandering tribes known for pragmatism and independence, making the bulk of the original 16th Legion into fierce and effective shock troops. It was this quality which led the Emperor to choose them from the pacification of Luna, a battle which captured the genetic laboratories that the Emperor needed to complete his Space Marine program. As a reward, the 16th Legion was named the Luna Wolves and given much of the first batches of Gene Seed, making them one of the strongest legions even before the Great Crusade started. And that hardly changed when Horus was found on the very nearby world of Chthoniya. Horus was actually the very first Primarch to be discovered, and for 30 years was the only Primarch, leading him to gaining not only a very strong bond with his legion, but also the Emperor and to some extent the whole Imperium. He was the Emperor's favorite son. We spoke earlier about how being the first Legion gave the Dark Angels a bit of an ego. Imagine being the only Legion with a Primarch for 3 decades, and that Primarch being the obvious favorite among his brothers.
Oh my goodness.
Needless to say, the Luna Wolves were a bit
oh my goodness.
During the Great Crusade,
that could be
the
taken
16th
so
Legion
many
pushed
ways.
themselves to conquer more worlds, pursue more enemies, fight more glorious wars, and win more accolades than their fellow legions. Only the Ultramarines even came close. Then came Ulanor. The Ulanor Crusade was a defining moment for the Imperium as a whole, but the Luna Wolves more than most. The largest Orc Empire was destroyed as the Emperor himself took to the field for the final time during the Great Crusade, leaving for a mysterious project under the Terran surface and proclaiming Horus the War Master, Supreme Commander of Imperial forces, second only to the Emperor himself. When he left, the Emperor suggested that Horus rename his legion to reflect his new position, and though he originally refused, he began to think the other Primarchs still saw him just as a peer, and so he relented, and the 16th Legion became the Sons of Horus. What happened soon after is a story for another video, but Horus was infected by the powers of chaos thanks in part to the scheming of his brother Lorgar of the Wordbearers, and the slow slide into heresy began. After the climactic battle with the Emperor during the Siege of Terra, what was left of the Sons of Horus rallied around their former first captain Abaddon and renamed themselves the Black Legion. The story of the 17th Legion is a strange one, but that's fitting considering they're the most direct cause of the Horus heresy.
No, he wants to be part of the Black Templars. They're the successor chapters to the Imperial Fist. Think of like a cross between the Imperial Fist and the Dark Angels.
That no other Space Marine was allowed to keep during their transition. This had the effect of making the Marines of the 17th much more zealous in their pursuit of their orders and the Imperial truth, the working doctrine of the Imperium, which favored logic and reason above all else. To go along with this, the 17th Legion were the official emissaries of the Emperor, delivering his ultimatums to potential enemies by a single Marine in black armor, a skull helmet, and a winged mace. That's right, the 17th Legion invented Space Marine chaplains. Things took a turn, however, when their Primarch was discovered. Lorgar Aurelian was raised to be a devout man and believed very strongly that religion was a fundamental part of being human, which would be a nice sentiment if his two most devoted advisors hadn't been worshippers of chaos before they had been made into Astartes. Once reunited with his legion, Lorgar renamed them the Wordbearers and began twisting the Imperial truth into a true religion.
Then I'm assuming you're not playing Zealot and Dark Side.
Wherever they went, they built shrines to the Master of Humanity until finally the Emperor
really
had
dislike
enough.
Zealot
He was
type
going to
characters.
sick the Space Wolves on them, removing them from history like the 2nd and 11th Legions, but the other Primarchs convinced him to show leniency, and so the Ultramarines were ordered to level the Wordbearers' capital city, and they were made to kneel in the ash and repledge themselves to the Imperial truth. And that was all that was needed. Lorgar's advisors told him that there were other gods more worthy of his worship, and so the first Primarch slid into Chaos worship and began planning to corrupt his greatest brother, Horus. Today, the Wordbearers continue this sort of work, seeding cults in Imperial territory and furthering the worship of the ruinous powers. The second of the most carefully and secretly made legions, the 18th Legion, had a very specific purpose, like the Space Wolves.
The only reason that guy hates the Emperor is because he thought the Emperor was God, and the Emperor got pissed off.
Their gene seed were kept secret even from the other legions for quite some time. For the 18th Legion, this purpose was to be the heroes of humanity. Kept in reserve for most of the Unification Wars, the 18th was suddenly unleashed against one of the Emperor's most dangerous enemies. 26,000 Astartes went in and only 1,000 walked out again, but the enemy was defeated and no other lives had been lost. Their Primarch Vulcan saved the day in much the same manner during a desperate fight against a large orc raiding fleet. Vulcan, who had been found but not yet reunited with his legion, suddenly arrived with 3,000 new recruits and master-forged equipment for his battered legion, who had been holding the line without him. Too late to save the former commanders of the 18th, Vulcan knelt to the men he had been too late to save, and the legion was his, renamed then to the Salamanders. This is why the 18th Legion was always the smallest. They'd swoop into these desperate situations and hold the line until their charges were safely away, or until they'd won, but always at the cost of many Astartes' lives. As for the heresy itself, the Salamanders did their best to be effective with their small numbers, but were subject to several terrible defeats at the hands of the traitor legions. Vulcan himself was even captured briefly by the Night Lord, but after several executions, the Night Haunter admitted that he didn't know how to kill the apparently immortal Salamander's Primarch. The journeys of Vulcan are too complex to voice here, but just know that he's still out there somewhere waiting for his chance to return to his heroic gene sons. Until then, they'll continue being the Imperium's shield. In the very beginning, the 19th Legion was a guerrilla force, striking from the shadows at targets that would cause the most disruption for an enemy. They operated quite similarly to the Night Lords in this regard, the intent being to sow terror wherever they went and ensure that the prospect of fighting the Imperium was too frightening to contemplate.
Holding the line.
Earlier, however, they were often tasked with supporting the larger Luna Wolves Legion in their campaigns, so they never really gained the disgust of their peers in the same way that the Night Lords did. Regardless, after almost a century of the Great Crusade,
Like, they
the
lose
19th
battles,
primarch
but
was
they
found.
win
Corvus Corax
wars.
had been living on a world called Deliverance and had spent much of that time leading a rebellion against the cruel rulers of that planet. When he saw how his legion made war, he was disgusted and purged the old leadership. He believed there were better ways to make an enemy fall than to terrorize innocent people. Instead, he trained his legion to become expert trackers and assassins, using their already prodigious skills in stealth operations to make them even more effective.
They're the Raven
against
Guards.
dismantling
They're
more
basically
structures. Their success
the
led
ones
to
that
the
sneak
newly
around.
renamed Raven Guard being requested
So
for many
basically a
campaigns,
whole bunch of
including the
vanguards.
conflict at East Van 5.
Yeah.
Already one of the
They're
smallest
the ones that do
legions,
like
the
more
Raven Guard were
tactical
set upon by an ambush
combat.
as the traitor legions revealed themselves by turning their guns on their former allies. Outnumbered and fighting a straight-out battle, not something the Raven Guard were well suited for, they were almost completely wiped out. The problems didn't stop there either, with the Raven Guard gene seed beginning to deteriorate faster than normal, produce
interesting
horrible
helmets.
mutations, and forcing recruitment to a crawl. This is a problem that
The,
persisted for
the
most
bird-
of the
like
Legion's
the
existence
bird nose ones
until
you're
the
talking about?
recent
Yeah.
introduction of the Primaris Marines.
They
which
prefer
finally
those
seems to
versions
have solved
because
the
they
problem.
have better.
The Emperor had his wolfish executioners and
It
his
has better
draconic
equipment
heroes.
in it.
The last thing he needed
Filters
was a
and
legion of serpentine
radar and
spies.
something else I forget,
Kept
but
intentionally
it's
at
better
low
suited for
membership
them.
like the other two specialty legions, extremely little is known about the Alpha Legion, originally known as the Ghost Legion. This seems to have been intentional as well, with false records being implanted at the same time as others are simply erased. This is because the special purpose of the Alpha Legion was to run subterfuge operations. Imperial records only confirm their existence with
we're getting
vague
into the
reports of small
tactical
Alpha
guys.
units operating far ahead of the main battle lines, gathering intel, assassinating key targets, and setting up informant networks among the Emperor's enemies, sometimes years before they even saw an Imperial fleet. From what we know, the standard operating procedure of the Alpha Legion goes like this. A small handful of
Interesting.
Alpha Legion operatives, Astartes and mortal humans, arrive at the target location and begin setting up a network. This network begins to destabilize the enemy organizational structure with things like crime rings, political corruption, targeted assassinations, and
They're mafia. They're
the Alpha Legion?
Yeah. They set up little crime rings. They like break down society from the inside. Like assassinations and stuff. They're literally the Sopranos.
the spreading of false information and propaganda. Once the enemy has been suitably thrown into disarray, the main Alpha Legion forces arrive and attack from as many angles as possible, spreading more chaos and finishing the job in a lightning strike. The nature of the Alpha Legion is such that we can never truly be sure of anything about them, but we do know that their Primarch is a man named Alpharius, a name that every Alpha Legionnaire gives to anyone outside the Legion when asked for identification. They also make attempts to look like their Primarch, who is by all accounts one of the smallest Primarchs. Oh, also he's got a twin brother. The biggest secret of the 20th Legion is that their Primarch is actually twins, Alpharius and Omegon. The two have even pretended to be one another to such an extent that while Alpharius is confirmed to have been killed sometime after the heresy, we're still not certain of which one died, or even if he actually did die. This cloud of confusion goes so far as to make it completely uncertain whether the Alpha Legion actually sided with Horus or not during the heresy. They certainly fought with him against the Loyalists and do the work of the Chaos to this day, but there are whispers that they are working from within to destabilize the efforts of the ruinous powers. Overall, the Space Marine Legions are some of 40K's most discussed areas of lore. They have evolved from simple two-dimensional flavors of combat styles to full-blown characters in an epic space opera. Thank you so much for watching our very first long-form video. We hope you'll stick with us as we bring you more lore.
Interesting. I'm leaning towards being Salamander.
So you're gonna be the it's gonna be lime green because you can't have scales. So.
Huh. I don't know. I just like I like their lore. I like it's like, I don't know. They're Imperium though, right? Hello?
Oh yeah, I thought you were trying to figure out. You said they're Imperium.
Yeah, they side with the Emperor, right?
Yeah, but keep in mind, they side with the Emperor, and the Emperor is currently stuck on a throne as a rotting corpse, and they sacrifice like 1,000 psychers a day for him. Like I said, this is a grim dark universe, and technically no one is the good guy because even the salamanders do fucked up stuff because they basically just burnt down a bunch of Eldar children.
I mean, it's basically everyone's fighting for survival, so there's no avoiding doing fucked up shit.
Yeah, the one that has the most screwed up thing is the ones that are just like the messed up Batman, Death Lords or whatever they were called.
Yeah, like I just don't want to be Ultramarine.
Yeah, the Ultramarines are the other Mary Sue poster boys.
Huh?
They're the Mary Sue poster boys.
Yeah, they're the fucking Boy Scouts. Like, they're Captain America in the Marvel universe. It's like boring.
Some of the stories can be a little bit better, but most people just have problems with Ultramarines because like they just pull bullshit out of their ass, like their chapter master being able to take down a giant robot in like a couple of seconds.
Well, I mean, like Superman. Yeah. It's like as soon as you expose a weakness, he's like, haha, I found a way to negate that weakness. It's like playing against Yugi in a game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Or yeah, it's no fair because he'll just rewrite his own rules, and it's like I hate classes like that. So and even though like the Ultramarines are probably the closest thing to good guys, I don't want to deal with them.
I get like when you get further into this, you'll start finding more to go with.
Yeah, I think Salamander's the route I want to go. All right, one more video. This one's short, vastly shorter, by half. This one actually has to do with video game. So we got basically your machine gun, the bolt rifle. Dear God, it's like a 50 cal.
Yeah, it's real big. Our Space Marines stand about like 9 feet tall, weigh well over 300 pounds.
You know what though? I've seen a better video of this that goes into the weapons, where they actually it's the one that I linked you before.
Oh, well, okay, that one.
Is it this one, right? Middle one? Or is it the top one?
Let me pull up Discord if I can find it on my phone. If Twitch stops trying to take over my phone.
Customization options. We like customization.
So far, I love Space Marine 2. I've put about 12 hours into the game. I've access to a couple of co-op levels, one single-player mission, but I've been playing the game a lot. I really, really enjoy it. But one of my favorite parts is the customization, and we are checking it out today. This could be a very, very long video. I will try my best to timestamp all the customization options in the description below, so you guys can check it out for yourself if you want to check out a certain class, maybe just weapons. You can do that. Timestamps will be in the description below. But these are the 6 classes in the game, obviously with the base Ultramarine colors on. No additions. This is how your Space Marine will look on day one when you get the game. So there's no upgrades on here at all. But the amount of customization you can do, with each of these classes, is just... It's crazy. It's absolutely boggles the mind. If you told me, my little younger self, I used to be a Night Lord guy.
It was a different video by someone called Legacy Gaming.
And yeah, love it. Vanguard there. The models look so pretty. I'm lucky enough to have a 4090, so all these graphical options are maxed out. Look at that shield. Oh, such a pretty game. It's incredible. The sniper, probably my least favorite in terms of gameplay, but, well, at least in co-op, in the operation mode. Didn't like him too much, but maybe in multiplayer, the Eternal War potentially could be more useful on that front. Heavy is absolute brute. Deals so much damage with his weapons, and we will check out the weapons as well in a second. Beautiful. Let's begin with the tactical, which I guess is like the sort of base Space Marine. I guess it's more of an intercessor, but we'll go for tactical for now. So let's check out some of the armor sets you can unlock in the game. So around, I think I've unlocked I think you have to do 7 missions, 7 operations, or 7 multiplayer matches, and achieve victory to unlock these sets. You slowly unlock them as you get from level 1 to level 2 to level 3, but eventually...
So there's not really a story quest. You just do a whole bunch of missions.
So yeah, you seem to have lost your arm here. Unfortunately, it's been...
Yeah, the multiplayer is co-op is probably just like defensive ops, similar to, I guess,
like the,
Gears of War 2 Horde.
Seals on the back there, and the skull. So not a massive jump from the previous one. So there's a slight difference. Slightly different helmet. And it just keeps going. I mean, look at it. It looks absolutely stunning. The detail. Imperium for the Emperor. I've definitely received a promotion here for sure. I just love the customization. It's so good.
And these are some badass armors.
Look at it.
But he has the robot arm.
So what we do,
Isn't that like
each of these armor sets?
that one
of course,
clan?
You can jump in. You can add.
Or do they all practice
like the shoulder pad.
You can get cybernetic implants if needed.
It's not just a set.
It's just the Iron Hands are the ones that most frequently do it because they believe machinery is superior.
That's all I can say. Obviously, feel free to like pause it, skip forward if you want to in this customization video. It's probably going to be a long one. Wow. That's all I can say. With a chainmail for extra protection around the private area. Right, so we're going to look through some of the
you don't want to
options
get your privates pierced.
for the Space Marines. So there's a big focus, at least on operations, with the, I would say, the Astartes, the main Imperial chapters. But yeah, I've unlocked a couple so far.
Doesn't chainmail supposed to protect against slash and not poking?
The Blood Angels and the Omega Marines, which I believe is like a successor chapter to the Ultramarines. Looks pretty cool though. So yeah, let's look through them. Let's have a look. By the way, if you guys want to unlock one of these color options, these chapters, what you're gonna do is go through this. So I've currently got the Imperial Fist decal, but I don't have the color, which I believe again is 40k colors. So you may recognize some of the names. So I need 40 requisition points. So for an operation,
so each option
25 points ish, roughly.
So each operation's 25 points.
And then I need to unlock the veteran honor icon, and then that unlocks the chapter. You can go into the custom options once I get the color and just have it red. But yeah, you can do what you can. There's lots of options available. So yeah, this is the Ultramarine, which you've seen already multiple times.
Yes, get away from the Ultramarine because nobody
nice
likes
color.
Ultramarines.
I think it could be a bit more. Let me know in the comments. Is that a nice blue? Is it for the Ultramarines? It could be a little bit darker.
Stop obsessing.
Potentially. I think the green is perfect.
You're going to be playing Ultramarine in the campaign.
I'm a Dark Angels player myself. And
you have to be an Ultramarine?
By accident. But Blood Angels.
Yeah, in the campaign, yeah. Because the one from the first game was an Ultramarine.
I never played the first game. This is going to be my first
this is my Omega Marine.
Warhammer game.
I love the sort of halfway split. Very nice.
There's a bit
And
more
then we come
diversity
to
in
the
campaign-based
the
Space
Iron
Marine
Hands.
games on PC as opposed to
The
console.
black, particularly the Black Templars. Look.
But
so good.
it's just easier for people to just play with the Ultramarines as
Imperial
they're most
Fists.
well known.
I really like the color they've used, the yellow and the red on the crest, and then obviously the emblem on the shoulder pad. Just Space Wolves, obviously very popular. I don't know if I like the color. I feel like it could be a little bit lighter or more grey, but I'll let you guys
nitpicking.
decide. Again, you can do completely different custom colorways. You don't have to be a chapter. Salamanders.
I like the salamanders.
Obviously, there's a main focus on the main chapters at first, and then it goes inside the sort of successor chapters. There's a lot of options.
I like the salamanders.
Raven
I like that
Guards.
shade of green.
Love the little red accent. Very nice.
Who's this one? The
Cold. I don't know what one I want to unlock next. Probably the Imperial Fists or the White Scars, actually.
The black one you're looking at, that's the Raven Guard.
The White Scars
The ones that are like the
may
shock
take a while
troopers.
to
Oh
unlock.
yeah.
I'll have a look. So if I go
You're
down to the
behind by
White
like about
Scars-
5 seconds.
That's
Yep,
fine, actually.
that-
So long as we unlock the White Scar paint, and then the Wild Rider red, which is quite a bright red actually, we should be fine. So I've got 35 requisition points. I'm probably going to spend that on upgrading some weapons or upgrading a class. So far, my
I
favorite
saw a
class
DLC
is definitely the heavy.
That's
Just
probably
deals
from
lots
the
of damage.
base pre-order.
We unlock the White Scar paint.
Right here. Right here. DLC. I wonder what the hell I got with the Ultra. Let me see here. Base Marine 2 Ultra.
Might have gotten like, I think like 10, like each day of early access was like $10.
Let me see here. Ugh. Hold on.
White, blue, or dark blue? Dark blue. I like colors closer to the muted tones. At least that's what people tell me.
Okay, hold on. I put in my birthday.
You're scowling again.
Oh, because I pushed 1 somewhere. Okay, let's turn this back on again. Alright, so the Ultra Edition, which is what I got. Wait, why is the Ultra Edition the same as the Gold Edition? Same price as the Gold Edition.
Silver.
Huh?
She asked me another question.
Oh, okay. Oh, I don't get the questions. No one ever asked me questions. Look at that collector's edition. $249.99.
Let's.
What the hell did... Okay, hold on. Which one did I order?
Apparently I'm in her good graces, unless she's drawn something where I'm basically being screwed over.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's the color. That's the color of the chain wrapped around your neck as you're hanging off of something. So I gotta figure out what I bought. Bye. Let me go to gaming screen.
There's 4 chapters that are 4 legions I'd probably pick. Ultramarines, Salamanders, Space Sharks, or the Lamenters. Wait, what? I'm choosing your dress?
Yes. Wait, why is this not showing Elgato? It should be showing the Elgato.
I'm guessing she's either going to be wearing the heels that she had in that image, or does she have another pair of black ones? Like, what's the occasion for, and will it be in air conditioned or no? Well, when I hear dress, I normally think high heels or heels in general.
Okay, what did I pre-order here? I'll find out what I pre-ordered. Let me turn off my VTube Studio really quick.
Alright. I wonder if we'll be able to customize protagonists for the new Monster Hunter game, or is it just gonna be static?
No, I'm pretty sure you could customize it.
I suck at character creation.
You suck at character creation?
It's mainly because, like, I'll either try to make them look like me, or when I just try to, like, work on a few other things, I either take too many options, because you know how, like, they can, like, give you, like, all the tattoo options in GTA. I'll normally just click all of them.
I go by a simple rule. If I'm gonna be staring at my character's ass the whole game, I'm gonna create a girl.
I think the only time I ever took, like, a general interest in the character creator was, you remember the person that's supposed to, like, watch over you that you have to, like, character create in, Baldur's Gate?
Mm-hmm.
I made them a dark blue tiefling with short hair, short horns, with lime green eyes, and a small amount of earrings. And I was like, wow, you finally didn't fuck up a character.
What the hell did I buy? Yeah, I bought the Ultra Edition. Okay.
For, like, what, $110?
Yeah. I bought the Ultra Edition, so let me turn off the PlayStation really quick.
So you got the DLC armor parts, and I think the rest of the money is just you playing early access. So yeah, $10 a day for early access.
Let me see here. So I got it for PlayStation 5, but it says let me see, PlayStation Store.
The base game is 70. No, the base game is 60, and then 70 with the armor DLC, and then everything else, yeah, it's like $10 early access.
Okay. Helldivers 2.
Oh, it says PS5 jealous.
Huh?
He's jealous of your PS5.
Don't be jealous about it. PS5s are gonna, like, I bought it towards the end of its life cycle, unfortunately. It's sad because the PS5 had a very short life cycle.
And we're still waiting for the PS5 Pro.
Keep waiting. Honestly, I don't think there's anything that the PS5 Pro is gonna do that. Like, remember when we were joking about, like, oh, the frame rates are gonna go so high that you're gonna need special glasses and stuff like that? It's like you're not gonna be able to tell the difference, to be honest.
Now you're gonna get a headache while looking at your stuff and actually need the glasses to actually fix the stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I would just like when the PS5 Pro comes out, that's the time when I would just go for like the regular PS5 because they'll be super cheap.
I mean, they found unleashing the Xbox Series X. That's 2 terabytes, and it's they still haven't lowered the price on the default one. And hey, Polar, what is the event you're going to? Like, is it going to be held indoors, outdoors? Are you used to warmer climates, cold situations? What?
Who, me? Me? who are you asking? Hello?
Oh, sorry, Polar, because she was saying her dress, she was going to be wearing it towards a specific event. So because I said dark blue, but the thing is, since we're in summer, or wait, she is it hot for her or is it cold since she's in the southern hemisphere?
It's probably cold, but the thing is that if it's nighttime, then it really doesn't matter.
Alright, so winter, so
yeah, if the event's at night or if it's during the day, like during the day is when the colors matter. During the night, not so much.
Well, I was just worried for her to have like trapped heat if she's wearing the dark blue, and I would have thought maybe gray or lighter color would have been better reflecting the light, so she wouldn't get overheated or that. No, I'm not really the best when it comes to understanding some of this. Black heels or gold high heels? Like I said, I prefer muted colors, but like I'm always gonna go with like the darker option, black.
I'm gonna say go with the lighter action because since you're from Brazil, you have a natural tan. So I think like a natural tan goes well with lighter colors than darker colors. Armor 40k Space Marine 2. Yes. 5 Ultra. Okay. Ultra Edition. 4-day.
I hope you have fun, Polar.
Okay, so it has the 4-day early unlock, the Ultramarines Champion Pack, a Season Pass. So you don't get the Season Pass with the basic one. And then McCraggie's Chosen DLC. I don't know what that is.
That might just be like a special mission you need to do. So season pass is $40, so I'm assuming just 2 big missions.
Yeah, so you get this. So eventually you're gonna have to get the season pass with this. So that's already $109.99. Like if you want to play the
content,
yeah, the content, you're gonna have to pay $40 anyway. So that puts you at $109.99 anyway.
I have Microsoft points, so or the rewards, so if I can knock it down, maybe another $10.
Yeah, and then so by getting the Ultra Edition, I get the season pass, 4 days early unlock plus the game, and then I still get the Ultramarines Champion Pack and the Chosen DLC. So I guess that Ultramarines Champion Pack is like a $10 content, I guess. Probably just like some decorative type shit. which usually sells on game like the in-game store for like about $10 worth of in-game money anyway. So basically I paid a set fee now for what would have cost more if I bought it in chunks.
Well, at least it's not as bad as when Call of Duty first did their season passes and all this other nonsense.
Because like I remember when Diablo 4 came out and I bought the base game and I ended up paying like $50 more buying everything separate as it got released, instead of just buying the main edition that would have gave me a nice little nifty Lilith statue. Mainly because I did the same thing with Elden Ring, and I bought the Ultra Edition of Elden Ring and got the Millennia statue, and then I played the game and I was like, I hate this bitch. Why they choose like I wanted was it General Rondon or what's his name? Rodan.
Yeah, Rodan.
Yeah,
I like the bone thing from Monster Hunter.
Yeah, I was like, man, I would have rather had a General Rodan statue than a Millennia statue, because like all the early advertising for Elden Ring, you like made it seem like Millennia was the good guy, and it was like, no, she started this whole bullshit.
With the Souls or From Software games, there's rarely a quote-unquote good side.
Well, General Rodan was actually a good guy. Okay, let's swap back to Discord and let's hit play with it.
And then the Wild Rider Red, which is quite a bright red actually.
So
should be fine. So I got 35
DLC is
points.
pretty
I'm
much
spend that on upgrading some weapons.
Will pretty much be unlocked for me
upgrading
day one.
A class. So far, my favorite class is definitely the Heavy. Just deals lots of damage. This is the Black Templar.
Everyone, like, honestly,
the white shoulder
pads. I went in never having played like an MMORPG or anything and not knowing what a tank or a DPS or a healer was, I would probably go Heavy, simply for the fact that
some of these I haven't
I would just think I would just circle around the mobs and just shoot into the middle.
They will be adding more later on. So yeah,
I think I learned what like the basic trio from Borderlands 2.
The DLC, but I can show them off. Red Scorpions.
But the Red Scorpions are from the DLC. Hold on, what did he say?
Again, all these colorways can be added to each. Just deals lots of damage. This is the Black Templar.
Oh, that's the one that Stoicy wants.
The white shoulder pads. Lovely.
Yeah, they're successor chapters.
I'm really worried I don't want to miss one. Interesting color. Some of these I haven't heard of before. Again, really cool to see them in there. And they've already confirmed they will be adding more later on. So yeah, there's DLC as well, which I believe I can show off. Haven't unlocked the DLC, but I can show them off. Red Scorpions.
So Red Scorpions are part of the DLC.
Again, all these colorways can be added to each of the classes as well. So, and then we got this one. Oh, that's a really nice color, like a sort of bronzy.
What the heck?
That'd be fun to paint.
Well, it
could give you some ideas actually.
It's
for what
rose
armor you
gold.
want to do.
It's not bronzy.
This is going to do such a good job.
Oh, those are the Minotaurs.
Put in focus on GW and 40K.
Those are the
this game.
secondary executioners for Rogue Space Marines.
So this is the first DLC. Don't ask me how these are unlocked. Some might be pre-order DLCs. I know there's like an early access version of the game as well, so maybe that's how you unlock them, but at least you can look at them.
The Genesis?
In all their glory. There's a few that obviously look similar, but again, people that particularly into 40k, seeing these chapters in the game, I'm guessing this is some kind of Ultramarine successor.
Huh.
What's it called? Okay.
Liberators. Nova Marines.
I kind of like that.
This
There's different patterns you can lock as well.
I'm
Where
sorry,
are we?
Brits.
Man, there's
You
so
have
many.
poor
There's
taste.
so many.
Let's just
Definitely potential
mismatch
for
everything.
more,
I like
updates
that.
as well. It'd be cool. I mean, it'd honestly be cool if they could add
Oh, there's a limited amount of colors, and like I said, a lot of them are going to repeat.
into the game. I think that'd be really cool at some point. There's
Oh,
a lot
look,
of
it's
paints in
a
the game, but
Pittsburgh
not all
Steelers
of them.
guy.
This is really nice. Again, you can get some really cool ideas for your army. And War 40k is definitely, I can confirm, not the
Iron Hounds.
cheapest of hobbies. It's very rewarding, very relaxing. I've started up again recently, and I've got really into it. Iron Hands Tomb Keepers.
Huh.
That's either what the World Leaders were called beforehand, before they found their
this is
Primarch,
very
or a
clean.
successor chapter for the
There's something
Space
about
Wolves.
the bronze they do in this game. Just, mwah. I
This
love it.
dude does like chef kisses for the most. That,
Too
dude,
much
that's
green there.
that's
Looks a bit like a
gross.
Death Guard.
That's
not a fan of.
asparagus. That's like
Not a fan of at all.
broccoli stem green. That's rose gold with
Black
gunmetal.
helmet with the bronze.
That's just straight up
Purple.
Barney.
Looks a bit like salamanders. I feel like it would clash, but yeah, cool. And you can create a completely custom set.
custom
so
chapter.
You can select the pattern. I've unlocked the half pattern, so we'll do that for now. So let's pick some colors. A bright yellow.
Oh my
Because why
god!
not? With maybe that actually looks not too bad.
I've
actually,
had it with you Brits.
Emblem. I've only got a few emblems so far.
I'm over you guys.
That's quite
Jesus.
It's
clean.
the
Again, collect
it's the McDonald's Space Marine.
Jesus, no, you okay? Let's skip ahead. Your tastes are horrible. Oh my god, he's like on this thing for. Dear God, a whole chapter. Okay, salt.
But he's making it.
Oh boy. So assault basically is a jump pack on your on the rear. I mean, yeah. I would argue it's a little bit weaker than the first game. It's more of a boost pack, if that makes sense. So it's not quite as strong, but still very useful. You can slam from the air and do lots of damage. And these are some of the armor sets. Oh boy. Again, these are like the preset ones. You can mix and match these as much as you want.
You get wings.
Oh, I want it so bad. Honestly, multiplayer is going to look insane with all these sets on and different colorways and... Oh, I can't wait. I'm a little bit concerned about there being like a clash on multiplayer, because you can look similar if you're with the Chaos side to an Imperium Space Marine. You could easily clash. Oh, that is clean as you like. That is ridiculous. There's something about that just seems to work. The Blood Angels do look so good, so good, and they're about to get a big
That's like the
big update,
only
actually.
half Marine that I would go for. Is like
40k, so that's interesting. Right, we can
yeah,
edit
that's
as well.
cool.
Do like a custom
The black and white with the red trim.
Let's go to
That's-
armor sets. Do a custom one. I
that's
don't think I have much
decent.
unlocked here. So I believe the face
I'm
is
tempted
different.
just to like,
for each
if I
class.
play this with you and Stoicy, just
Again,
make an
if someone
annoying
else
looking
picks
character.
Soul,
Oh, dude,
you get
like
the same
lime
face,
green and
which I guess could
brown.
be an issue.
I once made a pink and
Can you select
light
there
blue
you
or
go.
sky blue Namekian from Xenoverse.
Wait,
Oh.
okay, hold on.
So good.
Hold on. You said light pink and blue.
Pink and light blue or sky blue Namekian.
Hold on. Orange. Where we got here?
I think pink was his main body color, so where the green would be, and the red of his muscles were blue.
Okay. Have you not seen my logo? Or
I have not seen your.
let's just, my colors are light pink and blue.
So I was a fan 10 years ago.
I'm like, literally, I do not think this clashes at all. This is light pink and blue is like your typical cyberpunk colors. Or like a metro cyberpunk color is light pink and blue. So that wouldn't be so bad. Lime green and orange, I would kill you.
Ironically, the other friend that I have, or the one that's also been giving me like Space Marines, his thing is orange. And
yeah, like if you were lime green and orange, I would gather up all the mobs, run to you, and then like accidentally disconnect. I'd be like, oh, oopsie, PlayStation update, sorry. Yeah, orange clashes with everything but black. Like, black goes with everything, but like, I see orange and like green, and you'll probably do it too.
A fair amount of time to unlock. So this is fairly doable. It's like the Death Watch version.
Stoicy loves aesthetics. So.
33 missions on operations
in games. Unless it's like a wrestling game. If
mode.
we play a wrestling game, then we make
we'll
our
take a
people
long time
look
to
like
grind
crap.
those out to unlock the gear you want. But boy, will you look good afterwards. You will look so good.
Let's just attach ribbons to everywhere.
Yeah. Right.
Oh, those are sacred seals to prevent chaos from fucking with you.
We're now going to move on to Vanguard. And I must admit, we should probably just select...
like, the faith in Warhammer is so strong. Those things will not fly off.
That's the base one.
They look like they're held together with Hogwarts wax seals.
One of the...
Those are wax seals.
Classes, that I feel like works all around. Pretty good at range. Pretty good at close range.
I don't really
think the gravel's
care
quite
about
useful as well.
Let's go to Bulwark.
I don't like how his stomach's exposed.
With a sword. We will touch on the weapons as well in a second. Yeah, a pretty cool character. If you like close combat, this is your guy. This is your guy. What chapter should we select for this one? Maybe Dark Angels? Yeah, why
Close enough.
So again, this is the base one.
Close enough to Salamander.
Massive shield. You can basically block and like push them away as well, which is quite nice.
No.
Again, you have to be ready for close combat.
Wait. This man said you could block with a shield. I never in my wildest dreams thought you could block with a shield and push people away with it. Dude, Warhammer is so advanced, man.
I have a feeling though.
Blocking shields, dude. What will they think of next?
Juicy. Look at that shield already.
Dude, that shit looks good.
For the Imperium. For the Emperor.
Ooh, I do like the hood.
That is Dark Angels all over.
I do like the hood.
That is perfect. Damn. So
now he has the knight's
like
helmet.
An ancient piece of armor with the shutter coming down.
I don't know why. It's like it's all metal underneath there anyway.
It's a really cool customization. I think the Vanguard's probably the weakest in terms of visual customization so far. But it's not easy, alright? Alright, helmets. Take off a helmet if you want to. Again, everyone would have the same face. I think there might be some DLC helmets as well. Oh, there is.
I really like the hood.
So that's the Lieutenant one, isn't it? Yeah. It's basically Titus's helmet.
I wish you could mix match the hood with the faceplate.
Ultramarine cosmetic pack.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, the Mark 10 faceplate.
Is that under DLC?
Yeah, it is DLC.
It is. So these are all on DLC. What's this one then? Ultramarine cosmetic pack. I don't know how we get this. I need to look into that.
Pre-order.
So I probably want it, honestly. I'm such a fan of this game. Yeah.
That shoulder pad. I don't like that one.
Well, that's a really cool shoulder pad. I can't really see it though. The shield's sort of in the way.
That's what shields do. Goddamn, shield gets in the way of everything.
Yeah, sometimes the armor pads are like just a tiny like modification, and then later on they get quite extreme. Like these are basically just extra seals. And a few like little changes here and there. Oh, the shield! I want to see this. Ooh. Is it getting bigger there? It actually changes the size as well. I wonder if it causes any issues with clipping. 37 missions to get that one. Looks so tiny.
37 missions?
I wouldn't even say that's
Sweet
particularly
Jesus.
my favorite, but
And at least so long as there's a decent variety and they're fun, it's content.
Yeah.
Now you just need to get someone to. You just need to commission someone to get you some armor.
There's something
let me know
about
what
being a tank and having
chapter
that exposed
would you
metal
go
arm
for?
that I
What,
don't like.
Class is your favorite so far? Let me know in the comments. So there we go. Next up, the sniper.
The free armor. You talking about the one holding the shield?
In terms of like in-game.
Let's look at your heavy.
So yeah, let's edit this one. I'll keep it as Ultramarine's fine. Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Yeah, just be a goody.
Heavy is all about dealing damage. Definitely my favorite so far.
Just be a
I think
goody.
my heavy is what level is level 7 now. So I've been using it quite a bit.
What are you gonna be?
Definitely my
What
favourite.
chapter
Just a
are you
damage
gonna
dealer,
be?
can
Or what
take a hit as
legion
well.
are you gonna be?
Close combat, he's terrible.
Either
Why
Imperial
not some
Fists,
some
Ultramarines,
skulls?
Salamanders, Space
Just
Sharks,
blow my
or
crotch. I don't know what that's about.
I can't remember what the last one. Blood Angels. Those are the ones I just generally like. They're
Iron
generally
Halo
more.
gives me the invulnerability for a little bit. From
Imperial Fists more for the
projectiles
defensive
and
aspect.
not close combat
Ultramarines,
hits.
Salamanders, and Space
I find
Sharks
myself
roughly
dodging a
fall
lot
into the
with
same
heavy,
boat for me.
but
Both being either decent
massive
groups,
impact. Classy looks here.
just designed. Same thing with the Blood Angels.
Absolutely class. Oh, I need it. I need it. It looks so good.
I don't know. All the extra decals just
pretty,
makes you look like
pretty
one of those like
Marine.
those
Right, let's do a
cabs in
custom
New
set
York
here.
City.
So you got no helmet.
I'm just gonna be rocking the default stuff.
Ideally,
I'm
I'd
more
say you can't
minimalist
have
when
a
it comes to
helmet
like
on when you're
armor
heavy.
stuff. Like Halo Reach, I always just rock the
How you
level
gonna
6
take the
default
hits?
armor.
Well, I don't know. Like for
So
a
you want to be a
tank, I
damage
want my
dealer?
tank to be as bulky as they can get. The more metal on you, the more defensive you look. But like,
If you want to see like a tanky Space Marine, look up a Centurion.
Clip in there. If anyone's watching this, works for focus. Please update that.
I just don't
Yeah, I don't
see
think I'll go
what
for that
all
one.
that would do.
I mean, that
Like,
was slightly
okay,
cooler.
so like, okay, so practical talking, like, look at the shoulder pad on the right, the one that's decked out with the proverbs on it.
That's just pride.
Huh?
That's just pride. That's mainly just them just showing pride in the Imperium.
Okay, well, whatever it is, like all that gibbity gook that's written there doesn't do anything. Like, let's say this was supposed to be a tanky build, which it's not. You're all about offense, but let's say it's a tanky build. For one, the shoulder pad on the left has more metal at the joint. So if a cleaving action were to come down on that joint, you'd have more metal to have to cut through. So like from a tanky point of view, the more metal you pile on top of your armor, the more something has to penetrate through. So like for me, having a tank with minimalist armor and stuff like that makes it that much easier to penetrate. So and like with uneven surfaces, you're less likely to get a clean shot you'll probably bounce off before you get to the good stuff because it's uneven. So that's my mentality about it. But for you who's offense oriented and you're going to be shooting from a good distance, all that does is weigh you down, and it's going to make people catch up to you faster. You already have a heavy gun that you're lugging around. You don't need an extra like 500 pounds worth of ornaments on you. So, and like someone like Stoicy, who's going to be jumping in and out of Batman, like Batman and shit, like that shit could get caught up in mid-flight. Next thing you know, your trajectory's off, your balance is off. So like it makes no sense. But like for like a tanky person, you want uneven surfaces, you want things protruding to catch weapons before making contact with your actual body armor. So I mean, I'm gonna bling out. Granted, I hate the way the bling looks, but it's practical. But like for like offensive people who need mobility, I don't know about all that. Not to mention, let's say like let's say you're fighting, what are the alien guys, Tyranids, the Tyranids. They're gonna try and bite chunks out of your armor. You might as well give them a mouthful of useless decoration instead of like a piece of your actual functioning armor. So like if they rip an ornament out, they could chew on that while you pop them in the head. I don't know. That's the way I think about things when I go into like these customizations. So, like,
with practicality in the setting.
Yeah. Like if I'm gonna get that shield, right? You want something that's like bumpy, that has ridges and stuff like that. That way you don't actually penetrate the shield. It could redirect a blow, a piercing blow. It could cause the slashing motion to just chip away at ornaments instead of the. Yeah, you want as much metal as possible when you're defensive. But when you're a range fighter and you need to keep range, the last thing you want is like extra weight on you. Especially when you're Batman.
So the war gear will be the Iron Halo. That's what I've got unlocked currently. It's absolutely massive.
What the hell is the Iron Halo for?
You really do stick out. That's interesting.
You are Space Marines within the religion of the Imperium of Man are considered the Emperor's angels.
Oh boy.
So a lot of the newer Space Marines within Warhammer 40k have a somewhat religious background because the Imperium of Man views the Emperor as basically God. So yeah. So like the Sisters of Battle will see certain Space Marines as angels. They can argue with the Space Marines, and some of them will even fight the Space Marines. And sometimes they can win, sometimes they can lose. The ones they have the hardest time with are the Custodes, because they are built different than Space Marines.
You can put it on if you want to. Maybe a seal would they have seals? I don't even know. But yeah, that is all the chapters done. What we're gonna do now, obviously there's like perk trees and stuff.
Like the
you see I've got a couple of perks here.
Belief system in 40k is so strong that when Sister of Battle is chanting, depending on what division she's in, she can literally just walk into like machine gun fire and then the bullets just whiz past her instead of hitting her.
15%. So
why do all these armors all of a sudden remind me of Fallout armor?
I think with most of the heavy weapons they get
they kind of like the modular system from Fallout 4 for the T60, T45, 51, and 60.
Yeah.
And the ones from 76. I still need to finish that game again.
All squad members take 20% less damage.
There's a lot more power armor variety because of all the expansions.
The whole team. Which again,
it's gotten better since release because there's now NPCs and an actual storyline aside from, hey, I need to figure out what my overseer was doing. Hey, I need to find out about the original Brotherhood. Oh, giant mutated flying bat. That's a reskinned Skyrim dragon.
By the way, and you get that. When the Iron Halo is active, all squad members,
I think the original main story quest was you just supposed to launch a nuke, and Kevin DeWitt, I think, did it as like level 10.
And now we're going to look at the visual customization around weapons. And I'm going to explain a little bit how you can upgrade the weapons, perks, and stuff like that as well. So we've got a heavy bolter. So let's check that out. So we've got... We're going to go through every one. I think we might do. Feel free to pause it. One sec.
Okay.
Is that the same?
I'm thoroughly convinced that
No, it moves.
British folks don't know how to make review videos. This dude's just like, I'm gonna make this video for my enjoyment. All right.
I would like a flamethrower. Especially if I like try to roleplay as a salamander, I want a flamethrower and a power fist with a nozzle attached to it.
Yeah. I think we did a good amount of deep diving. I didn't even know about the salamanders, to be honest. So I picked up quite a lot of knowledge from this deep dive. Like, I realize now that the storylines are very interesting, but a lot of them are just like, I don't know, like, I think it's like a mirror of like reality's political scenes. You got your far leftists and your far rightists, and I kind of just feel like I want to hang out in the middle. Because there's so much abnormality in both directions. It's like
like the best setting for you to be in is probably 40k instead of 30k because Rebute is leading the Imperium of Man and it's doing a bit better. But like again, you probably need to watch some of the clips from that from Islander and Cody or Coda to get a bit, because they go into in depth about some of the enemies.
Yeah.
So the orcs, at one point they actually won the war in the past, but because they had nobody to fight, they basically just went into infighting until they basically made themselves stupid. And when they actually have someone they have to fight, if it's a good match, strong orcs will start to pop up, and they're generally bigger. The more orcs they can rally, they will actually increase in size because of the belief system.
I don't know. I kind of just like, I like being in the middle. I don't like leaning one direction or the other. Like, I feel that's probably the safest bet, is to just be like, hey, we want humanity to survive, but we don't exactly want to eliminate everyone, but we also don't want to be like, want everyone else to be our equals.
Again, then 40k, that time frame is probably the best for you because Rebute is working with the elves. It's actually just trying to build and nurture stuff.
And I want all the Ultramarines to just perish.
Unfortunately, the Primarch is an Ultramarine.
Well, yeah, that's unfortunate. I hate the thought of Ultramarines, because Ultramarines is just another word for super soldier, and we all know Captain America's a bitch.
So they're not much stronger than their brethren. It's just that they're a little bit nice. Welcome back, Polar.
Welcome back.
Like, most of their tactics, the other legions do better for each specific one. It's just they have the higher troops numbers. That's the main thing. So more of quantity than quality. The best quality of all the Space Marines is the Salamanders because of how much effort goes into making them. But because of the amount of effort, it takes so long to make them. So that's why they're one of the smaller legion sizes.
I like the Salamanders because even though they know they're gonna fight a losing battle, they know that their contribution to the overall mission is gonna be substantial, like game changing.
Well, the thing is with them is that if they're able to save a life, they'll give themselves up.
Yeah, and that's
which is why some of the other Marines kind of have a problem with them, especially the Dark Angels.
Yeah, I fall under this. I mean, I'm gonna be a tank. Like, I'm literally sacrificing my safety so that they all focus on me and you guys can pick them off. So I feel that that's like, yeah, I'm gonna kill my share of Tyranids and whatever the hell we're fighting, but ultimately, I feel that my contributions are gonna be pretty high to the survival of the group, like the healing and all that. And I think that's gonna pretty much save the mission, if anything, because otherwise they're just gonna scatter everywhere and we're gonna have to like hunt them down.
I would just like the Death Guard to come back. I just want the Death Guard to come back to tanky Space Marines.
Yeah, but out of the ones that I've seen so far, none of them really appeal to me. And the ones that started to appeal to me, they're like, oh yeah, they do this. I'm like, oh, that's super cool. But unfortunately, their Primarch died and they all went mad. And I'm like, what the fuck?
Well, no, they didn't all go mad. So with the Primarchs that went away, 6 of them, to join Chaos, or that they died, it depends, but most of them just got recruited into a different group. So some of them went into the Ultramarine Imperial Fists.
Yeah.
Or they got made to either be Minotaurs, which people think part of the Inquisition, part of the Grey Knights, or whatever, make their own new chapter. Because during Warhammer 30K, Rabute Gilliman found out, the Marines aren't just copies of us, they can actually hold their own in battle. So now there's chapter masters, which when the legions got divided into chapters of 1,000, depending on their size, they have chapter masters which follow a specific philosophy. So with the Imperial Fist, like I said before, we have ones that act like the Dark Angels. So their chapters are the Black Templars, and then the ones that act more closely to Space Marines, they're called the Imperial Fist. So each legion subdivides with similar traits from the others, except
the Salamanders, because there's only so few of them that they can't divide.
They do have successor chapters. It's just that 2 out of 3 of them are crazy, and the only one that's not crazy is the water tactics ones, the Krakens, I think.
Yeah, or you could just stay as a base salamander.
Yeah, there's still salamanders running around. Yeah.
Yeah.
The original chapters they're not all gone. They're just the members of size are screwed up. So the ones that are gone, so at least the ones that join Chaos, would be the Word Bearers, who have alignments with all 4 of the Chaos Gods. The Angron's World Eaters have joined Wrath with Khorne. The Emperor's Children with Fulgrim have joined Slaanesh, though.
I like Khorne.
The ones that yeah, Khorne, if you join his legion, you're just angry and bigger. The closer you get to him, the more you look like a demon.
Oh. I thought Khorne was just a delicious vegetable.
Technically it's a fruit, botanically speaking, but yeah.
Shut up, Bor.
Hey, you want to bring up the strawberry milk? I'll bring that up. Slaanesh is more of an androgynous thing. She's the product of the Eldars because they had lived so long and had no diseases. They just went to lust mode for recreational purposes. And her birth basically fucked up the world. It was so bad. Khorne tried holding it back for 1,000 years. It opened up and put up a scar in space.
I'm looking at Polar's food and I'm hungry.
That's your own fault. I'd share some Domino's pizza with you, but Domino's.
Oh no, I'll pass. I'll get some fresh Domino's.
So Nurgle's pestilence and stagnation, and he is the embodiment of love because he loves you just the way you are. He's also the first wave of chaos you fight in all the games because they're supposed to like make you weaker. Then Angron's supposed to come in. What else? It was Zinch is the one that took the 1,000 Suns. Horus is in the middle of the 4. What's his name? Peter Turbo, the Iron Warriors one. He doesn't align with anyone specifically. He's just a giant, like angry Doom Iron Man thing now. So I think that's 6 Primarchs that went over to Chaos, and then
Vulcan's still just missing in action.
Yeah, he's missing. He's just got teleported somewhere.
Hell yeah. I'm gonna stay.
He's one of the harder ones to kill.
I'm gonna stay base Salamander. There is no change in my mind.
Yeah, he's harder to kill.
Yep.
So Ferrus Manus is dead. The leader of the Batman group is dead because he basically orchestrated his death. The Raven Guard is kind of stuck in the warp. And
I like stability.
So the only ones. Go ahead.
I like stability. I like the fact that I'm just gonna stay here and wait until my Primarch comes back.
Alright.
I mean that's literally their story, right? They're gonna hold the line until the Primarch comes back.
Yeah, mostly.
Yeah, hell yeah. That's my role. I will hold the line.
It's gonna be Hodor.
Huh?
Gonna be Hodor from Game of Thrones.
Something like that. Or, I mean, I think some of the more noble characters in the games are the ones that just stay true to the mission. It's like, okay, this was the last order of our boss. We're gonna hold it up until he returns and changes our orders. It's not like Vulcan is like, it's not like he disappeared to go wreak havoc. He went on a mission. Like
he, the best I can remember is he's just like trying to get back home to his Legion. He wants to get back to his kids and help them.
Yeah, that just shows he cares. He went to go get the milk and got lost.
The one dad that tries to come back, but the world keeps saying no.
No. He said he was gonna go to the corner store and get some milk and some cigarettes, but the corner store was closed, so he had to go into like another neighborhood. And then he's like, "Oh shit! What streets did I take to get home?" And now he's just wandering around, trying to get back home. Not like the ones that go to the store and they're just hanging out at the store. They're like, "I ain't going back." He the good daddy.
Well, to be fair, the other kids aren't bad. It's just their dad's rules kind of fucked them over.
You know what? That's why we have rebellious kids. It's like if there were any type of outstanding citizen and they had fucked up parents, they would go and find their own truths. But no, they just accepted the teaching and they continued the fucked uppery.
Well, to be fair, my least favorite Primarch, Fulgrim, he actually was a decent person. Only problem is, because he was a Primarch, he was able to outlive his actual kids and wives to the point he eventually got emotionless when it came to them.
Yeah.
Then he became a pain in the butt because he picked up a sword that had chaos and he thought it was his conscience telling him to like slay everything.
Yeah. Be like Vulcan. I think honestly, it's like at first I was like conflicted. I was like, oh, there's so many cool factions, but why do they have to go so far to the left? Why do they have to go so far to the right? Then I just find a nice steady one. It's like, we're gonna wait till Dad gets back. It's for me, it's like you already know, I like to simplify things. Like the more complicated things is, the more fucked up it gets. And yeah, you already said, yeah, the salamanders have done fucked up things before. But in a world where survival of the fittest is a thing, you can't avoid that. So everyone's gonna have some fucked up thing that they did. Now, what is their base foundation? Oh, we're gonna go kill all the non-humans. Oh, we're gonna kill all the humans. Oh, we're gonna fight the emperor because the emperor who runs everything, we don't like him. Or I mean, it's just like, come on, man. Just wait for daddy to get home. You can't die anyway.
I mean, if we're talking about like the worst faction, probably the Dark Eldar are the ones
like that are the most bad guy.
Yeah, pretty much. Like they so when it comes to Slanesh, she drains the elves of their life force and that kills them. To counteract that, they just kill other people. And you take all the torture devices from medieval France and Spain, those are children's toys to them.
I just want to know enough about Warhammer to play the video games and not be confused.
I mean, most of the information does get dropped in in-game lore and like codexes. There's decent people online that have like comprehension of the stuff to the point you don't necessarily need to read the books, because with the books they mainly just focus on a character within a faction,
like
with a bit of an overview of the
like honestly goals. like the more I dig into the Warhammer lore, the more I just want to learn more about the salamanders.
You're gonna have to go through a lot of audiobooks.
Just for salamander stuff?
Yeah, because a lot of their stuff are in a lot of older books and they're not cheap. Like some people resell them for like $400. Like remember, Warhammer's been going on for decades now.
I know.
Which kind of sucks with the whole market, with like Audible being like the cornerstone on the market, so you have to do this or that.
Dude, the figures are like, I don't see one under $25.
You can 3D print them, you just can't take them to a tournament, because Joe Cat recently came back and was getting into Warhammer, and he said he might 3D print them, and a bunch of like weird fans started attacking him.
Yeah, because these figures are all over $20-something, man.
Yeah. If you're gonna play an actual game and you're picking guardsmen, you're gonna need a lot of figurines.
Hey, look, the Salamander Tome of the Fire book, $9.99.
Is it digital or physical?
Oh, definitely digital. I'm not collecting no physical books. I don't have no room for that crap. Holy crap. I am not, I will never, ever, no matter how many books and lore videos I watch, will I ever consider myself a Warhammer fan.
Make sure to check the, go to the physical and see how long the book is in pages.
Bro, hold on. When I click the digital one, because all the digital ones is literally they scan the book. This is 452 pages for this book 1 of 4 for the Tome of Fire.
Oh, that's decent. At least it's not 1,000. And they can get that big.
Yeah, so I'm looking at 452 pages for $9.99. What is this? Okay, so the Tome of Fire is a 4-book series. I could get the whole series on Kindle for $39.96. I will never be the fan that collects minifigurines. I will buy one of Vulcan and that's it. And I won't even play with it. I will just have it on a shelf collecting dust. That's my fandom. That's as far as I want my fandom to get. I don't want to be a crazed guy that spends his entire paycheck, every paycheck, to buy a shrub on a table. it's not my thing. I don't have the room whatsoever, and it's like streaming a Warhammer tabletop game. I'd have to have
a couple hours.
I would have to have people near me that play Warhammer. Like literally here on this coast, if you're a Warhammer or a tabletop gamer, you live in the shadows. You do not exist in social life.
You're the Yu-Gi-Oh kids in high school and middle school.
No. In school, they played those card games openly. Like Yu-Gi-Oh wasn't a thing when I was in school. It was Pokemon and Magic the Gathering, and they had a Star Wars trading card game.
That reminds me, they've done crossovers with Magic the Gathering, so they're all hammered.
Oh yeah, I seen that. But like, I'm just like if you're gonna play a tabletop game, the tabletop game is BattleTech, also known as Mech Warrior for all you non-tabletop playing game people out there. BattleTech, Warhammer, both sets of Warhammers. What they have that other Warhammer?
Sigmar.
Huh?
The current version of the other Warhammer is the Age of Sigmar.
Is that the medieval Warhammer?
Yep.
Yeah. So they have that. They have Warhammer 40K, BattleTech, even Dungeons and Dragons. They have, like, the only time people who play that game see the light of day is when they're going to their local game store to, like, what is it? I stop everything I'm doing right now just for warning. It's a Brazilian song. Is that what's playing on my thing, or are you listening to a Brazilian song? But I know, like, the only time I see those guys is when they load the giant chest of all their tabletop goodies into the back of like a U-Haul, and then they drive to the game store and they spend like 4 hours setting up the table, and then while they're like, they literally spend 4 hours setting up this table, the store closes, then they play. I'm just like, oh, no worries. Feel free to interrupt me anytime. In fact, you could, like, you don't even have to ask. You could just jump into the channel and yell at Boar.
To be fair, he's been trying to get me to pop in just willy-nilly. I don't just wait until he says something.
Yeah, this man, I literally titled the stream Warhammer. I'm like, and he would not join in. I'm like, I'm gonna title it Boar's Stream.
Hey, no, not mixing it. No, this is not my stream.
It's gonna be
also,
like,
side note, to anybody that may watch this, remember etiquette when it comes to tabletop games. Bring snacks. Don't eat all of them. Bring your share.
or chip in for the pizza once you get there.
Depends on the pizza store nearby, but again, bringing snacks like water, soda, juice, Gatorade, chips.
Oh yeah, bring your own drinks. Definitely bring your own drinks. And bring like paper plates and cups.
Paper plates, cups.
Yeah, because no one wants to wash dishes after like a 12-hour long nerdathon.
And make sure to clean up after yourself. The person is being nice enough to like host the event.
The only tabletop game I've ever indulged in was Dungeons and Dragons. That's it. I am proud to say I've never bought a figure. Now, the Dungeons and Dragons set that I did buy had little miniatures, but we didn't use them. Like the miniatures are still in the little plastic frame that you have to cut them out of.
Oh, I used to just break those open for the Gundams.
Oh, well, the Gundams are... So Gundams, I have like 2 nail clippers, one for my nails and one for Gundam sets. And people are like, why do you use nail clippers? I'm like, there's curved parts of the Gundam that the curved nail clippers work perfectly for.
Yep. I learned that the hard way.
Yeah, because if you try to use like a straight cutter, you're gonna cut a divot right into your Gundam.
So unless you want to make it look battle damage for a specific scene, you kind of fucked up.
Yeah. But then they have specialized Gundam clippers now, so yeah, they've progressed. But yeah, you'll never see me sit at a tabletop Warhammer game. Now, will I watch one? Out of curiosity, I probably will. But I do know that we had like a wasn't there another? I want to say it was Wizards, but I know it wasn't. Where you could play Warhammer.
I'm not exactly sure.
Because I don't know if Wizards of the Coast, because we had a whole bunch of Wizards of the Coast, and you could play any variety of tabletop game there. Like they allowed you to just set up shop and just play there. I don't remember if they allowed Warhammer, because I know Warhammer is Games Workshop. So it's not a Wizards thing. But I remember there was a game store near the movie theater. And this was back in the day when they had double features. Yeah, that old. And I went in for a double feature. It was Ali, the Muhammad Ali fight movie, and Harry Potter. So it was, I mean, those are two long ass movies, almost 3 hours a piece. So it was like a little under 6 hours. I went in for my double feature, and they were already like an hour into their game. Came out of my double feature, and they were still playing. Like I was like sitting through 6 hours worth of movies is kind of exhausting. So that's probably why they don't have double features anymore. That, and they want to milk all the money they can out of you. But yeah, I'm a nerd. Actually, I'm more of like a geek than a nerd. But dear God, that's a whole another level. You couldn't pay me to sit at a table for 6 hours moving little plastic figures around.
Then they bring out a Titan that's about the size of a toddler.
But I'm like, now that I'm seeing all these prices, that's like $1,000 per person sitting on a table.
Yep.
No. That's why they came out with electronics, man.
But also, so when you were saying you wanted to be in the middle of the stuff, a game that probably you could get when it's on sale is Rogue Trader Warhammer 40k.
Oh yeah, so we can get the fucking in that game.
Yeah, there's only like, I think all the characters are bi, but there's only like 2 females you can be with. You'll probably go for the pirate girl.
Probably. The other one's probably like a butcher, kind of like a barbarian.
She's more like a princess.
Or
like a noble.
Yeah.
So like the snobby ones. Approaching someone of my class, it is appropriate to bow.
Oh, I knew. Nah, I like the neutral classes. That way, like if at the end of a game, it's like, oh, this guy was the big bad after all. I could easily be like, I jumped over the line now. I prefer that type.
So with Rogue Trader, it's kind of a mixture of, well, it's not XCOM. I guess it's closer to like Baldur's Gate and Pathfinder.
fan of Pathfinder. Baldur's Gate maybe. Pathfinder not so much.
I mean, you probably have to look up gameplay, so.
Yeah. Like, I was watching them play the Mechanicus game, and I was like, meh.
Yeah, that one's closer to XCOM.
Yeah, I was like, meh. I thank you.
Same thing with the Grey Knights game, the Daemon Hunters.
Like, when I think of Warhammer, I think of what Space Marines 2 is. Like, the only type of Warhammer, other version of Warhammer that I would play is a RTS.
Well, if you wanted to do an RTS, then probably Dawn of War 1 and 2 on PC would probably be more of your speed.
Yeah, I mean, but like, I haven't really played an RTS since Command and Conquer 3. So, that being said,
I mean, it might work, it might not. Like, I struggle with a lot of games outside of first-person shooters, and I still struggle with first-person shooters.
the only reason why I'm playing Space Marine 2 is the fact that it's not a first-person shooter.
It's a third-person shooter.
Yeah, if it was a first-person shooter, y'all could keep that shit. Yeah,
I mean, there is a first-person shooter called High Gun.
And I won't touch it.
You get a mechanical dog that you can mutilate to give it more parts.
That's okay. You could have the mechanical dog.
I do have it.
I will continue to play third-person ones where I could just have the dog. Like, I played Fallout in third person. Fallout 4. Like, I played that in third person. I found it more enjoyable.
Oh, you did get unique. Did you punch at all or no when you were playing Fallout 4?
Do I punch? No, hell no.
You get unique, like, executions. That's the only thing that's a little different.
No, like, I absolutely detest first-person shooters from the age of 17 and older. And once I started getting close to like 18, I was like, this sucks.
General, another settlement needs your help. I'll mark it on your map.
I'm like, I don't even see a mini map, so I'm okay. I'm in third person. All I see is the environment in front of me.
I still need to start and finish Nuka World.
I think I finished Nuka World. I didn't finish the other one.
Far Harbor or
yeah, Harbor.
Oh.
Because I hate this crustaceans, man. They're so stupidly armored.
I got lucky and got a insect killing weapon, which the crabs and everything count as.
Yeah, like when you first start Far Harbor, I was like, shit, man, it's out here. There's gonna be crabs, aren't there? And then the fucking swarm of crabs. I'm like, and I'm done.
You have to fight the mantis shrimp. I launched 3 mini-nukes. I barely tickled it.
Yeah. That I finished Nuka World because Nuka World was kind of fun. Being a underground criminal, pretty much.
The one, I hated the anglers and gophers in Far Harbor. And as for Nuke World, only thing I really know about it, aside from Petrovati coming back from Fallout 3, and the Walt Disney Easter egg is one of the. This is voiced by the same person that voices Symmetron.
Yeah. Yep. But again, if Fallout ever goes to strictly first person, I will discontinue playing it.
It probably won't go strictly.
Yeah. Like, Bethesda games are the worst when it comes to first person. Especially, like, playing... Okay. Skyrim first person is stupid. Like, I hate it because it's like hand move forward with sword in it. It doesn't even look like you're slashing. And I'm just like, what? And then they spin around and like you just whack them, and I'm like, dude, I literally just moved my sword forward. I can't, man. Now that other game, Kingdom Come 2, that looks like some real shit fucking first person melee combat. Skyrim? No. There's not much different from first person Skyrim than Skyrim on Alexa.
Well, depending on how Avowed may go, you may like it or you may dislike it.
Which one?
Avowed.
Avowed is all first person, I think.
Yeah, that's why I said that.
Yeah,
So
that's why when you brought it up, I was like, never really paid attention to it, but we'll add it.
If you ever get curious with the lore, you could probably just play the previous installments, Pillars of Eternity 1 and 2.
Like, there's a lot of great games out there that I have just bypassed simply for the fact that they're first person. Like Cyberpunk. I never went back to Cyberpunk. Like, I was under the impression that there would be a way to switch to third person. With all the character customization, I thought that there was going to be a third person point of view. So I never went back to it.
I fell through the map so many times. My Xbox thought I was gonna like.
You're a glutton for punishment, dude. You don't return many things, do you?
I buy them mostly. I think the only things I've returned is Dark Souls 2. And
yeah, I bought
Blue.
I bought Cyberpunk Digital too, and I was still able to refund it because they issued that massive refund for it.
I just didn't want to deal with it, and I just finished it. Like, I did all the endings. I think I did like 80% of the game.
Okay, so let's say you go to like an Outback Steakhouse.
Okay.
And you get your steak and it is grossly overcooked.
As long as it's not too hard to chew and it doesn't take a crown, I'll be fine.
You don't tell them that you cooked it wrong. You don't turn it back to them and be like, "Yo, I ordered medium rare, not well done."
As long as as long as it tastes good and it can go down, that's fine. If it's something like a lobster and I start smelling ammonia, I'm like, give me back my.
I'm just like, I'm a person that I want what I paid for.
Like, if it's something I can eat and I can chew it and swallow it, like if you say I don't want this, I'm like, okay, I'll take it.
But you literally told them you want medium rare and they gave you a well done steak.
Remember, I'm on the lower half of millennials, so we kind of have a problem with trying to say, excuse me, you didn't get this right.
Well, yeah, I'm on the lower end of millennials too that demand people to earn their money. And if you're a cook and you're told to cook it one way, you better do it right. Like, I was the kid that was on the bicycle, and just because I found it more comfortable to pedal in a certain way, my dad looked at me and was like, pedal the right goddamn way. And I never rode a bike ever since. I don't know. I think you're in the middle range of millennials, because the middle range of millennials are okay with mediocrity.
I mean, I've been told that I was born in the wrong generation, so.
Like, I was born in the thing where if you're gonna do it, you better do it right type of deals. That was my generation. Like when I was like playing sports and I did something wrong, my parents yelled at me more than my coach did.
I had asthma, so I didn't really play sports all that much. And the last time I played it was in middle school. We were doing like tag football and I couldn't stop my motion, and my front teeth headbutted my front.
Oh boy.
It's my left incisor, so like sometimes when I chew on stuff it hurts. The dentist have said there's no issue, but he was like, "Why the hell is your jaw so hard?"
I don't know. I guess it's also I guess it's also the military part of me.
Probably.
Yeah, because like I went like okay, so I could always tell what generation people are when they recall their time in the military. If they go, "Oh man, boot camp was the hardest part of my life," I look at them like you're like a late blooming millennial, aren't you? Whereas like, I mean, I'm a millennial too, but boot camp was easy for me. They told you when to sleep. They told you when to wake up. They told you how they wanted everything done. All you had to do was follow directions, and you never got yelled at. I got yelled at all the time. I'm like, because you're like, "Oh, can we be a little bit flexible on the way we made our bed?" No, you can't. Of course you can't. There's a guy yelling at you.
So that list for those people might fire burn. One of them's gonna have in boot camp. One of them had to be paired up with a person called bloating up. No sheets on the bed.
You know what? If that's what they told me I needed to do, we'll do it.
No. He just had no sheets on the bed. They weren't told to have no sheets on the bed. He just had no sheets on the bed.
Oh, dude. Come on. Come on.
Also had a cup that he used for showers.
Come on. Okay, so there are certain shortcuts. Like, so in the military, they have what's called the latrine queen. And they're in charge of making sure the bathroom is spick and span. And you can always tell who the worst latrine queens were, because they're like, "Oh, we'll just clean up afterwards." No, the good ones were like, "We're all gonna use the same toilet." And so you're gonna wait in line to use that toilet. No one's gonna use the urinals. You're gonna piss in the toilet. You're gonna crap in the toilet. No one's gonna, like, the sinks. There's no way around it, because everyone's gotta use the sinks. So like, if you wake up in the night, use the toilet on the left. That way, we only gotta clean one. The other one's already clean. And
the only term I know from the military is barracks bunny.
Barracks bunny, the girl that visited the guy barracks.
Pretty much.
Also known as the suicide bomber. I mean, the game over bomber. Because they always got caught. They always got caught. I mean, maybe back in the day, but now those doors are locked shut, and you have to identify yourself every single time you approach the door, because there's a door guard. Yeah, but like back in the day, probably, yeah, there was probably ways to crawl in windows and stuff like that, but not nowadays. Nowadays, the windows are barred. The door and to enter the barrack has a door guard. And literally, if anyone gets past the door guard, that door guard is failed. They get immediately regressed to the following squadron or battalion behind them, which means you start over, and that sucks. But we did have what was called the button fairy.
Button fairy.
Okay, so remember, I told you they tell you how to do everything. There is no thinking involved in boot camp. Like, your thoughts are already preformed by your drill instructor. So this goes as far as to even how you hang your clothes in your locker. Like everything has to be facing in one direction. All the buttons need to be buttoned all the way up to the top, so on and so forth. And you're supposed to do an inspection on your clothing, on your wall locker before you go to bed. Make sure that everything's in order, so that if an inspection happens in the middle of the night, you're not woken up in what they call cycling, where they just drop you for like push-ups and then jumping jacks and then push-ups and then jumping jacks. So what they had was a button fairy. The button fairy is one of the recruits that is tasked by the instructors to go into a locker and unbutton someone's button from one of their shirts, unbutton one of their buttons, and you have every chance in the world to inspect your locker after the button fairy does his thing. You have every chance in the world to inspect your locker before you go to bed. But most people, they have that mindset of, oh, I checked it at the beginning of the day, I haven't touched it since, so why should I have to check it now? And then the instructor comes in the middle of the night, finds out that you didn't inspect your locker before going to bed, and boom, now you're cycled. And it's all because the stupid little button fairy. They're usually the ones that catch the soap party at the end of the day.
That sounds like a job for Sophie.
What, Sophie being the button fairy? No.
Yep, just to mess with people.
I think Sophie would be the one that would be tasked to like stay up, like to like scout out who the button fairy is, and then report to the rest of the crew, hey, I found out who it is, so when it's lights out, we're gonna fuck them up.
Oh god.
Yeah, I don't think she'd be the one to put herself into danger. Inadvertently, yes. On purpose, no. So that's why I think she'd be the one to snipe out the button fairy, because if she gets caught awake or in a place where she separate from the crowd while the button fairy's doing their thing, and she gets caught finding out who it is, she gets in trouble. But in her mindset is he's helping. Now, volunteering to put herself in danger from the rest of the group, that's a different story. I think her self-preservation instincts would kick in and be like, I don't think I want to do that. But we are in overtime. I was actually trying to aim for a short stream today to catch up on sleep, but we are 8 minutes after 12, so I actually did a full stream today. But tomorrow we will have new content. We won't I don't know, maybe we could dig a little deeper. Yeah, I have to work at night, and yes, last night was extremely hard because we went incredibly long with our stream, and I only ended up getting 3 hours of sleep before having to go to work. So today,
that's my fault.
No, it was my fault for sitting on the waiting screen on a stream that never started. But yeah, today I'm gonna try and get a good 6 hours of sleep. I'm not gonna be doing a thumbnail, so I'm gonna be behind on 2 VODs. Okay, since Polar says it's your fault, it's your fault.
Alright, I'll take the punishment.
Well, I mean, this is what happens when you go into topics that someone's very enthusiastic about. I'm enthusiastic about learning about it, but I also try to simplify things. And that's when it's like, you can't oversimplify something with someone who's excited about something. That's like someone talking to me about Dragon Age. They go, so you're basically the guy that's gonna stop the Wolfman. No, it's way deeper than that. But like,
we are the 5th main protagonist.
yeah. So, like, you're with Warhammer, like I am with. I don't know. I think I'm more into the lore of Mass Effect than Dragon Age, though. Dragon Age was my second favorite BioWare game, because Mass Effect is more of your more tech and stuff involved with a little bit of magic.
You were an engineer, weren't you?
Huh?
You were an engineer in Mass Effect trilogy, weren't you?
Yes.
You got the special ending in the what was that DLC for Mass Effect 3 when you went back to Omega?
Yes. But yeah, like I said, I love fantasy games, but anywhere where they mix the two, fantasy and some sort of supernatural type powers, or implant as they like to call them, I like that more. So, and plus Dragon Age 1 was very stop motiony, and I wasn't a big fan of like pausing combat. Am I gonna try this game? Yes. I already bought it. I already pre-ordered it.
And I got to buy the season pass now.
Yeah. I mean, you were gonna get it anyway. You're a completionist.
I am not a completionist. If I add you on Xbox, you're gonna see that I am.
Dude, okay, so my Xbox points, or what I forgot what
achievements.
Yeah,
achievements. Oh no, I know they're low. I checked your account.
Oh, on my Xbox?
Yeah, I checked your account.
Yeah, and oddly enough, they're way higher than my PlayStation ones. My PlayStation's even worse.
Like, again, my PlayStation is also bad. Like, if I show you or add you.
Yeah, my like I said, I traded in my PlayStation 2 for an Xbox and didn't turn back until PlayStation 4. And then PlayStation 4, all my points came from Division 2. Which is also a third-person shooter.
I did not realize that you can hear my freaking clicking.
Yeah, I can hear you clicking. But yeah, I'm probably gonna wrap things up. No, not probably. I am gonna wrap things up. We're gonna find out who do we have to raid today. Because if I keep talking, we're gonna draw this out till like 2 o'clock again, and I'm gonna die. I mean, honestly, if I don't get 6 hours of sleep tonight, I'm probably gonna cancel tomorrow's stream because I am dying at work, like literally dying at work, and I'm in charge of people's health, and that's not a good thing. So let's see who's available for raid.
Let's see, Riri's still going. Looks like Duda turned off his stream.
Riri still? Oh no, Riri just started again.
I think she's doing a collaborative event with somebody.
No, she's doing Gamescom.
Oh, okay.
She's reviewing Gamescom? What the heck? She's a day late on this. Oh, Awesome Indies official co-stream. Oh, so she's doing the opening night plus the Awesome Indies event. Dang.
Okay.
Oh, she just finished the Awesome Indies. All right, we're gonna hit up. She needs to turn off knock. She needs to turn that knock off. That's not good. Okay, we're gonna hit up Riri. Drop some raids and chat with her. Hopefully she doesn't end stream right away. But yeah, if I fall asleep pretty well, we will stream tomorrow. If I have to cancel stream, I will let you guys know in Discord and on Twitter. But thank you guys for hanging out. It was nice talking Warhammer. planned Warhammer talk. Bipolar. You know what? Eventually, you guys are gonna get along, or else I'm gonna steal Polar from you.
I mean, she could just message me on Discord.
Yeah.
Even if my thing is like, even if my thing says I'm away or not there, just my phone, just like that, I should get a message.
Yeah. Persistence is key. But as always, my Discord's always open. And I will be seeing you guys tomorrow. We are hitting raid right now, and we will be off to Riri's in raid screen. We will be in Riri's stream in about a minute. But thank you guys for stopping by. It was a great stream. Did a lot of talking, and I'm actually tired enough to fall asleep. So
drink some water first.
Absolutely, man. if my voice goes, that's it for the week.
And I just also there to help with any like cooling down the body when you're trying to sleep.
Oh, I'm gonna crank the AC on because it's already starting to boil in here. But thank you guys for hanging out. Drop some raids in chat for Riri and say hi for me because I'm gonna raid and fade with her. So send her my best regards. See you later, guys. Thanks for stopping by.